Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 2024 IPF Classic Championships World Championships here in St. Paul's Bay, Malta. My name is Alex Tarinidis, and I'm pleased once again to be joined by Joe Whiteley. Good afternoon, Joe.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's always a pleasure to drop in. I'm not one of the main commentators at this competition, but I do love doing it, so thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure, and you know that you are in our heart the best commentator. So we will start with the sub juniors 52 57. It's gonna be a pretty long flight. We'll have three groups, and yeah, just like that, we're about to start with the squats. As we can have a quick look at the scoreboard, with another French athlete projected at the first place, but this will be a tense battle between Cassandre Olivier and Alice Del Fabro from Italy. It's gonna be an exciting one, I'm sure.
So I think this whole session is sub-juniors, and we've got two flights of 52s, and then we'll have the 57s.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're about to start with the first flight of the 52s, and the first bar will be loaded for Team Canada with Makazak Zoe at 72.5.
The bar is loaded for Zoe Isaac of Canada. Zoe is opening with a 72.5.
First international for Zoe. She's only done a couple of competitions so far. Squatted 75 at her nationals, so she's opening right up against that. Nice and deep. That's how you want your opener to look.
That's a good lift. 3 white lights.
Next lifter, Amelia Masznowska of Poland, opening with 75 kilos on the bar. So these are the sub-juniors, 52
Put the depth beyond all doubt there.
Next up, we'll have Amelia
The bar is
Marchlewska
loaded.
from Poland, opening at 75, handled by coach Arkadiusz Znojek.
This is her very first international. Her nomination, which presumably is from her national championships, was 90. Another very deep squat and very easy as well.
It's a good lift.
And another 3 white lights, good lift.
Next lifter, Sonoka Sakai of Japan. With an 80-kilo opener, lifters to follow, Bogorova and Caruana Perez.
80 kilos now for Sonoka Sakai from
The
Japan.
bar is loaded for Sonoka of Japan. Sounds like Japan has a great supporter here today.
She's listed her PB as 77.5, opening at 80. Training must have been going well. But we do see rapid progression from these sub-juniors.
That wasn't as easy as expected, but it's a good lift.
Yeah, it was a little bit sticky halfway up, but quite possibly nerves. Your first international and you walk out onto this stage with the lights and the cameras. It's really nerve-wracking.
It is indeed.
The bar is loaded.
But she's on the board on squats. And now Natalia Gogorova with 90 kilo opener. She's having a PB at 92.5.
She's had a quick turnaround. She was at European bench only 2 weeks ago. Just missed the podium that day.
It's a good lift, 2-1.
Now a blue card failure, Alex, tends to be for lockout. You're not fully locked out either at the start or the end. So let's take a look, make sure her knees are locked.
Injury has overruled indeed, so no lift.
Jury has overruled the previous lift.
Just a bit soft, knees not fully locked out. You have to be standing erect with your shoulders back and your knees locked.
Andrea from
It's not a
Spain
big deal.
has
The opener was really
92.5
easy, so
kilos
no
on the
doubt
bar
she
for
will
opener
retake it on a
squat.
second and put her name on the scoreboard. But for now, we'll have Andrea Carmona Perez representing Spain.
Oh, that was so deep, she nearly sat on the platform.
And it's a good lift. Well done.
Now, we do say you should make the depth irrefutable, put it beyond all reasonable doubt. You don't want to leave it in the referee's hands. But the flip side of that is if you do go much deeper than necessary, you're leaving kilos behind.
The bar is loaded. Adriana is opening with 95 kilos.
Next up we'll have Abrienda Chan opening at 95 kilos, the very first athlete representing Malaysia in the World Championships.
Silver medalist at last year's Asians. Squatted 100 at that competition.
She will be handled by one of the RTS coaches.
Now, Alex, that seemed a little shy to me.
Yeah, for me as well. And indeed, the referees are thinking the same, so that will be a no lift for her.
But it was super easy. She can just, now that she can calibrate what the referees are looking for. Yeah, she needs another couple of inches there.
It's not really high, but indeed 1 or 2 inches. Yuna Nishiyama, 97.5 for the Japanese athlete.
Third junior worlds for her. I think this is her last year as a sub-junior. Move up into the junior class next year.
And she'll try to walk away with a new PB on squad, that's for sure. Currently stands at 112.5. Nice and deep.
Easy too.
Good lift. So you have to keep in mind that it is the first flight of the 252's sub-juniors. So we may see the standings change after the end of the second round. At the end of the second flight, sorry. Now we have 100 kilos for Jenna Tarvainen from Finland.
Another young lifter who's had a quick turnaround. She lifted twice at the European bench 2 weeks ago. Once equipped and once classic.
Ooh.
Now, that seemed to be on strength.
Yeah, and that's a bit unexpected, I think. Let's have a look on the replay.
She was quite deep, but
Yeah.
maybe her hips just shot up a little bit early, and if she can properly engage her quads and get more drive out of the hole, hopefully she'll be okay next time.
We'll have to wait and see. Second attempt, a 5 kilo jump for Zoe McIsaac, and yeah, 3 lifters not having their openers on the board, which is quite uncommon for a sub-junior
It's
division.
unusual in classic, sure.
Yeah. No problem for Zoe so far, as she will try to add 5 kilos to her squat total and to set up a new PB.
Very tall lifter for a 52. That bar has to travel quite a long way.
It's
A good lift.
Well done. Next up, Sonoka Sakai from Japan. Lifters to follow. Nurse and Shah. The bar is loaded. And there is 85 kilos on the bar, which
A 5 kilo jump for Sonoka Sakai from Japan. 95 on the bar.
Now, given how fast her opener was, you might have expected her to take a bigger jump, but this is 10% of her body weight. The lighter lifters do tend to pace a little bit more conservatively.
And as you said,
And that 5 kilos made all the difference, didn't it?
yeah, absolutely. A quick turnaround for Sonoka. Although I think that the technique wasn't as good as her first attempt.
I think you're right, and she looked a little high as well.
Yeah.
So maybe, I think when you're nervous, sometimes you cut the depth short.
90 kilos on the bar for this second round of squats.
Amelia Marchlewska with 90 kilos, a huge 15 jump. As we say, this is quite uncommon for a 52 sub-junior. Let's see how it moves.
Well within her though, wasn't it? I think she's probably got another 5 there.
Yeah, it's pretty safe to say that. And that's a good lift, of course. You're right.
The bar is loaded for Avienda Shah of
Got
Malaysia.
overruled by the jury for insufficient lockout on her first.
Second try for this weight.
Abrienda Chan reattempting 95.
But that's a mistake you only make once. You've been training at home and you haven't really been thinking about the lockout. And as soon as you're called on it, switch on, and you probably see quite an exaggerated lockout this time.
Nice walkout.
Now she's definitely locked out,
It's a good lift.
but I was a bit concerned about the depth. 2-1, it's a good lift.
From Slovakia. The bar is loaded. And there is 100 kilos on the bar.
That should stay like this. 10 kilo jump, a quite risky strategy for the second attempt of Natalia Gogorova, Joe.
Was she on depth, or she didn't stand up with it, I think?
Yeah, I think you might have been you might have been right. No, that was Taravainen that didn't.
Okay, so
So-
this was depth, so a
yeah.
little bit more weight to drive her down. Just being asked to lock her knees by the centre referee. She lost that right at the bottom.
And that's why you always should retake your opener, especially when you're a sub-junior 52 and not jumping.
Yeah, the loss of position. She lost her back position completely in the hole.
Yeah, so for now it seems like it's not a strength issue, but more a technical one. She dived a little bit too deep and too fast. We'll have to wait and see for a third. And now another lifter at risk. Jenna Tarvainen from Finland, opening at 100, seems indeed a bit difficult.
But you have to wonder what happened the first time, because that looked very comfortable indeed. Nerves get the better of you sometimes.
Yeah, and I think the explanation you gave us earlier were accurate.
On the bar, and the bar is loaded.
And that's a good lift, of course. She's on the board now. She'll try to stack kilos. Andrea Carmona Perez, a 7.5 kilo jump, trying to reach 100.
Just going back to going up if you miss a lift, I think if you're in the fight for a podium or medals, I think it's a different conversation. But if you're not in that battle, it's always better to take it again.
Amazing depth.
Solid second attempt for Andrea. Although he blew lights.
Yes, let's see if we can see what the referee saw there. I mean, the referee was on the opposite side. I mean, she did tip over, but then that was after the start command. It's a finish position,
Yeah,
2 length over.
she'll be safe with that. Second attempt of Yuna Nishiyama from Japan, 105 kilos. A solid work, that's a good lift. And here we can see Team Japan cheering for her. So that will end the second round of the B flight, the 52s, which will be followed by the what we can call the A flight, with the lifters having the best chances to win. And for one last time on squats, Zoe attempting a 80 kilo attempt on squat.
2.5 kilo PB on the international stage. Oh, she's a fighter, but it just could not get that going again. She did a great job though, she was patient, she kept her position and kept pushing, but it was just a tad too heavy.
Yeah, couldn't quite pass the sticking point. She was close though. 85 once again, this time for Sonoka Sakairi.
Now her opener at 80 was so easy, but 85 just seemed to stop her in its tracks.
Yeah, as we say in his light weight classes, especially sub-junior, have a quick turnover.
Yeah, I think because she was so worried about the weight, she cut the depth, which is a very common thing to do. It's your body trying to protect you and make it easy for you.
Yeah. And it was indeed high. Marchlewska, 95 kilos. This will be 5 kilo PB if she hits this one. And she will be the first athlete to walk away with a 3-4-3 on squat event, which is always a great start.
Wow, I thought she'd gone way too deep then and wouldn't be able to stand it up. What a great squat.
Yes, it was, and a good lift. Coach Arkadiusz is satisfied.
The bar is loaded.
Already a tricky situation, Joe, that we are about to witness. Natalia Gogorova reattempting 100 kilos. 90 got called on depth. Jumped 10 kilos, and then this time it looks like a strength issue. Hope for her that she'll be able to put a subtotal on the scoreboard.
She made that same mistake at the bottom, just didn't seem to be able to keep tight and keep her position. So that's a real shame. She kept her composure though, and attempted the squat, but she's just losing her back position and her hips are shooting up from the bottom.
Yeah. 102.5 now for Abrienda Chan. 7.5 kilo jump, but she will try to hit a PB on squat. Under the close look of Kasamsen Senumong coach. the reigning 66 Open World Champion. That's a huge grind job. It might be, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the depth, and the referees aren't either. Well, or rather, they are very sure that it wasn't deep.
Yeah.
Next lifter, Andrea Carmona Perez from Spain.
Just met parallel, but you have to break parallel.
The bar is loaded, no more changes in this group.
And sometimes an inch can make a whole difference. 105 for Andrea Carmona Perez. Born in 2010, she is 14 years old and already trying to hit a squat over 100.
That's very impressive indeed. Imagine where she'll be at 21.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that.
Such a low bar position, though. I think this is why she's getting called on a start position.
Oh, she's a fighter, but that was
For a drive.
a bit too heavy for today. Nice attempt though, Andrea.
Worth a try.
Next lifter, Jenna Tarvanen from Finland. Bar is loaded. And it is loaded with 107.5 kilos. Let's go Finland.
Jenna Tarvainen at 107.5. We were a bit worried with her first attempt, but she managed to secure her second. A quite significant jump for third. Let's see how it moves.
Really close. Not quite
So
there.
close. Good save by the spotters there. No lift from Finland, unfortunately, but a very good try. Last lifter in the group is Yuna Nishiyama of Japan. The bar is loaded. Finland, Japan.
The last attempt of the 52 of the first flight of the 52s will be for Yuna Nishiyama from Japan, but don't go anywhere because we will have the second flight of the 52s with 10 athletes, sorry.
That was a perfectly judged third attempt. Great work from Team Japan.
And a good lift.
Round one of squats for group 2, and it's Maddie Harper. The bar is loaded for you. Let's go, 100 kilos on the bar.
Here is the second flight of the 52s, as we just said, the biggest one with 10 athletes, and 100 kilos for Maddie Harper from Australia.
Look at that, 15 years old and making 100 kilos look like the empty bar.
A good lift, 2 to 1. Although depth goal by the center ref, Miss Tetiana Melnik. You definitely don't want to go higher than that, for sure. 100 kilos for Sylvie Thomas, Great Britain.
Very first international competition. And she's done a great job with her first international squat.
Of course, a good lift. 3 white lights.
Followed by Natalia Chismet and Lea Tulipan. The bar is loaded.
112.5 for Rotem Marzan from Israel.
There's
The
120
numbers are rising fast now. We're into the second flight. Nice and easy.
It's a good lift.
Yeah, that's a good lift, 2 to 1.
Of
Depth call by the left side referee. Let's wait and see with the replay.
followed by Lea Tusa of Hungary.
Well, it looks all right on this side, but this was the side she got a white light from. Lifters do sit deeper into one hip than another.
Natalie Quishpe from Ecuador, opening at 115 kilos.
You said she lifted equipped earlier in the week.
Yes,
Alex.
she did. Yes, she did, and I think she did pretty well.
That's a hard thing to do, to recover from your equipped competition in a few days. In fact, it'll only be about 2 days, won't it?
Yeah. I think she reached the exact point to have a good lift, and indeed 2 to 1. Of course, you don't want to go higher than that.
And the bar
Well, I
is
think that one red flag you should take as a warning shot, and just make sure of the depth on your second.
Yeah, and indeed we had the right side angle, which was a white light, and that looked convincing. Lea Tulipan now from Hungary. Projected fourth on prognosis so far with 327.5.
She was nominated in first place, but there was a tight cluster at the front with Tulipan Azran and Tomsova. And she's been asked to re-rack the bar. Presumably the referees weren't happy with their lockout, but she needs to hurry it up because those 10-second beeps are going. Of course, you just have to get the start command. You don't have to complete the squat. And she didn't manage to get the start command, unfortunately.
run out before
Yeah, that was a matter of 1 or 2 seconds. The jury is asking the coach to come.
I wonder if they're going to give her another attempt at the end.
Oh, maybe.
I can't think why they would ask the coach to approach otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough to think of that. So, I think you're right, Joe, but for now, 117.5 for Nikola Tomsova, Czechia. One of the contender for the podium as well.
Wow, that just stopped dead.
no lift for Czechia.
Wow, I was not expecting that.
Oh, me neither. And I think she didn't as well. She's looking...
It was like she hit a wall.
maybe she went a little bit too deep.
Maybe so. No, the score sheet hasn't changed, so Tomsova won't get a second squat. Maybe they just called the coach over to explain to him the importance of getting your athlete to the platform in time.
Under the close look of Cyril Vaillant, French head coach. This is Olivier Cassandre from France, as she will be slightly favorite for the win with 345 total on prognosis. Oh, and she made an easy work of it.
Yeah, very easy indeed. Bronze medalist last year. Can she take the gold this year? It's going to be tight though. This is going to be a close race.
Yeah, it's going to be a matter of kilos, as all of the athletes will try to stack one by one, and Lauren Jensen will try to do so, as she will attempt 122.5 as well. She's projected 5th with 320. It's not that far from the podium.
Slow and steady. It wasn't just super quick. Got a depth call from one of the side referees. She squatted 120 at her national championships.
After that, Hungary, Leah Tulipal will get another attempt. The bar is loaded for
So
Italy.
I just heard from the speaker that Lea Tulipan will have another attempt. But for now, Alice Del Fabro from Italy, opening at 125. She will be a top contender as well for the win. And if I'm not wrong, Joe, I think she's lifting in equipped as well. She went to the European Championship in Luxembourg on May.
You're quite right. She took the gold medal at that one. Squatted 170.
I remember that.
Now she's very late to the platform there. 10-second beeps are going to start. She needs to get under that bar pretty quickly.
Right on time.
2 seconds to go.
She did twist it a bit, but yeah, 3 white lights.
The bar is loaded.
The last lifter to complete the first round will be Lea Tulipan.
Retaking the squat, she never got the chance to take on her first attempt. Maybe the jury felt that the squat command was slow in coming, and that's why they've awarded another attempt.
Yeah.
That will always be at the end of the round because we can't interrupt the order of lifting the rising bar.
I don't really know what to think about that, Joe.
No, I'm the same, to be honest. I wonder if she's just been completely thrown by the problems with the first one. And the problem she's going to have next is she's going to be out in 3 lifters. So that's going to hassle her even more.
At the end of the first round, Alice Del Fabro leading the pack with 125, followed by Olivier Cassandre at 222.5. Same weight for Lauren Jansen, but heavier on body weight. Here we are for a second time with Maddie Harper.
She was down there a while. I think that was a pause squat.
That was a 1 second pause, of course. But
and of course you don't get that little dip at the bottom when you pause.
Yeah, that was a no lift to the one. Yeah, it's a close call, but I think that the jury won't move on that.
No, they have. From our angle, we saw the replay from, that did look in. And the jury can see live from one side, and they have camera angles from everywhere.
Good lift, so perfect. As we have Sylvie Thomas attempting 107.5 as well, and a lovely looking second attempt.
Really nice. So that was a great example of where the jury can giveth as well as taketh away.
I think we'll have to go with the second attempt of Tomsova, if I'm not wrong. Oh, Tulipan, sorry.
She's got 115 in.
Yeah.
Yeah, for 117.
Yeah.
So that means we need some compensatory time. Because she was only 1 lifter ago, wasn't she?
I think it was 3 lifts ago.
Was it 3 lifts ago?
It should be 1 or 2 minutes, if I'm not wrong. Let's wait and see. No, we won't
she's
have.
being called. There was 2 lifters between us, so she has to come out for it. And I doubt she's going to have had time to really settle her nerves.
Yeah, that's the psychological aspect who is really important to deal with.
And the coach should have had her ready to go. She's already using up precious seconds.
I don't see her coming. Maybe she's saving some
We
energy.
just saw her disappear from the in the. Yeah, maybe she feels it's too soon to come out again. She's going to go and settle herself and come out for her third, maybe.
But isn't it too risky to apply this strategy because
I think so. I'm pretty sure she was standing there. No.
no, this is the
Yeah,
Israeli
that's
athlete.
right. I think that's who I thought was waiting to come out. Maybe she didn't understand that she'd be out so quickly. At any rate, the seconds tick down and we time her out.
Was that wanted or was it a mistake by the coaching staff? We'll have to see. So no lift for Tulipan, in huge trouble. As same as Nikola Tomsova, we are having two of the favorites for the podium in trouble. And I don't know if you remember, Jobit, but with Nikola Tomsova, it looked like a strength issue.
Yeah, it was a real shock. She got halfway up, seemed to just hit a ceiling and couldn't get it moving. And this is one of the examples where the athlete making a small technical error gives the impression that it's on strength, but you can see that she's clearly strong enough for that weight.
Maybe she just wanted to trick us.
That's a dangerous game.
That's a good lift through white lights. So of course she's on the board and more than ever ready to battle for the top spots of these 52. Rotem Azran at 117.5.
Didn't seem much slower than her opener, to be honest. Oh, but not deep enough.
This was my concern, to be honest, Joe.
So as you watch the replay, bear in mind this was the side she got a white from. And that might have been borderline or a pass.
Yeah.
But on the other side, no lift.
Jury just overruled, so it's going to be a good lift for the Israeli lifter.
Certainly on the replay, it looked just in.
Yeah.
But we're not seeing both sides of the lift on that.
But of course it was, yeah, as you said, the right side angle, and she had a white light on this one. Nathalie Couchepet, 122.5.
But just for clarity there, the jury is on the opposite side of us. They can see from the opposite angle live. They also have the other angle on their replay monitors live. They watch those all three angles at the same time and get those replays too.
In the meantime, an easy work done by Nathalie.
Couchepet.
She's so far silver medalist on squat, of course waiting for Olivier Janssen and Del Fabro, and here is Cassandre Olivier. The 5 kilo jump, quite conservative, but of course Team France knows the strategy. You just have to build your total. That's how you're going to win the World Championship.
As you say, she looks like she's pacing well for the win, but there's quite a few people not far behind, so she's going to have to collect every kilo she can along the way.
Yes, I'll say comfortable 2.5 kilo more. Good lift for Cassandre.
And it's a good strategy if you're projected in front. You don't want to exhaust yourself on squat, have nothing left for deadlift. It's a long competition.
Try to place herself at the top of the squat. This is Lauren Janssen, 130 kilos for her second attempt.
She was very slow there. I think she was losing power on the way down because of how slow she was moving. Of course, everyone squats differently. Some people dive bomb, some people are very controlled.
Yeah, and she's using a high bar style, which does not allow you to grind that much, to be honest.
Not easily, no.
The last attempt will be for no one else than Alice Del Fabro at 132.5, trying to take the lead at the end of the second round.
And there we see a great example of the dive bomb method.
And it worked well for her. 3 white lights. So Alice will look to take her revenge on Cassandre, because last year, if I'm not wrong, Cassandre took the bronze medal and Alice finished 4th last year.
You're bang on, Alex. That's exactly what happened.
So for now, she's leading 132.5, followed by Cassandre Olivier at 127.5. Nathalie Cushpe from Ecuador is, for the moment, bronze medalist with 122.5, but things are maybe subject to change. But one last time with Maddie Harper. Got her second attempt overruled by the jury. So 2 for 2 so far.
That was a very well judged third.
And that's a good lift to the 1. And once
Made coach happy.
yeah, coach is happy. But once again, the jury is having a look at that. Oh,
From this side, it looked well in.
absolutely. Sylvie Thomas, 110 kilos.
Well, Del Fabro takes the squat gold. Looking at the attempts coming up, no one can get past her.
That's a good lift for Thomas.
Yeah, that was very assured.
A second lifter at risk in this 52 sub-junior weight class.
Now she's out on time. She's straight out onto the platform, which is great. 18 years old. It's just hard to keep your composure in this situation. Alex, I've been here. I've been out for my third squat with nothing on the board, and it's hard to stay calm.
It is indeed really hard to deal with these type of moments. Will she be able to put her name on the scoreboard and to be in a great spot to fight for the bronze?
We hope so.
Yes.
And I think she has.
And she is in the fight again. So far, 2-1.
She's limping. I wonder if there's something up. But she's on the board. She held a nerve and she got one in.
122.5 for Nikola Tomsova from Czechia.
Overcame the technical issues that made her miss her first squat. Second looked great.
And this one to put herself at the 3rd place of the squad event so far. Yes, lovely looking 3rd attempt, deep enough of course, 3 white lights. That's a good lift, and so far she is taking the 3rd place. A little bit too early, Joe, to talk about bronze medal, but
I think so. We have 3 attempts coming up at 130. So I think the scrap is going to be between those athletes for the squat medals.
122.5 for Rotem Azran.
She screamed that to the top.
That is
And that's a good lift so far for Rotem Azran. And she just showed us that she is a warrior, that's for sure. And the jury is satisfied about it. So that shall stay like this. 122.5 will be her best lift.
The bar is loaded for France.
Cassandre Olivier in the silver medal contention on squat.
Now this is the first of 3 attempts at 130, so who's got the body weight advantage here? It's Quishpay.
Quishpek have the advantage, but if Cassandre lifts this one, she will have at least a bronze medal, knowing that Janssen is heavier than her. Four lifts to go. Nice and deep.
That was comfortable too.
And that's a good lift. And as we said earlier, 2.5 kilos is enough to maintain an advance, because the game plan for Cassandre and the coaching staff is to maintain this advance until the beginning of the deadlift session, so that they can be comfortable and try to adjust and adapt. Nathalie Quishpe, 130 kilos for her last attempt. This is, as you said, Joe, earlier, a silver medal attempt.
She lost her path on the way down there, unfortunately.
And with this miss, she is losing some precious kilos.
And there's 130 kilos on it.
As we said, you're building your total kilo by kilo. Taking too high jumps can be a risky move. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. Janssen now trying to place herself at the bronze medal of this squat session.
I'm going to wait for the referees on this one. Yeah, just a tad too high, unfortunately.
Last lifter in this group, Alice Del Fabro of Italy. The bar is loaded. Del Fabro is going for 135.
Yeah, and we won't have any overruling by the jury, which means that she'll stay 6th on squat event, and more importantly, she will lose 7.5 pressure kilos in her total. Now, talking about precious kilos to add, this is Alice Del Fabro, 2.5 kilo, 135 last attempt. And once again, a great coaching strategy that worked really well. Good lift, 3 white lights.
And that closes the gap ever so slightly to Olivier.
You're absolutely right. She retake 2.5 kilos over Olivier at the end of the first session. Let's have a quick look. 135, gold medalist on squat goes to Italy, Alice Del Fabro, followed by Cassandre Olivier being silver medalist at 130. And Nathalie Quishpe from Ecuador will take the bronze medal. Don't go anywhere. We will have a third session with the 57th sub-junior. And we will have, if I'm not wrong,
Yeah.
14 athletes. in this weight
Apologies, I
class.
thought you were taking us into a break there, Alex.
No, not so fast, Joe, not so fast. We'll have a huge 57 flights, and the first athlete will be Honoka Negishi from Japan, opening at 77.5.
Just lost her balance, it seems. That's really unusual place to stumble forward.
Yeah, you don't often see this type of failure, as you said. Let's wait and see what happened. Yeah, she lost her balance.
Yeah, the hips shot up,
yeah.
so the weight came forward on her back.
And once again, a great catch by the sporting team. Riho Sato for Japan as well, opening at 80 kilos.
Both Japanese lifters in this class doing their very first international competitions. Made easy work of that one.
Good lift.
Sato in her final year as a sub-junior. She will move up to the juniors in 2025.
Opening with 97.5. The bar is loaded.
The bar is loaded at 97.5 for Caitlin Plorde. USA.
That was very fast, very strong. Looks like she's got plenty more to give on squat.
And a 105 kilo listener. The bar is loaded.
105 kilo for Hannah Carpal from Great Britain.
That was a lovely opener.
Yes, indeed. Nice indeed. 3 white lights. And Joe, I think in his weight class we will have a battle between Eleni Guerrera and Maeva Dero from Belgium. Although Guerrera is leading so far with a 22.5 advance.
Yeah, it looks like she's going to have it all her own way looking at the projected openers. But in powerlifting, it's not over till it's over. Anything can happen.
You're absolutely right. And now we have Paula Cuesta Chamochumbi from Spain.
Very narrow stance, toes forward. We see more and more of this stance amongst the younger athletes.
Are you talking about Tiffany Chapon squat? That's a good lift, 3 white lights.
We're calling it the French style.
Yes, it has to be. And you can see as well a quite low bar technique.
That is such a strong stance if you can hit depth with it.
Yeah,
Wow.
and as you just predicted, Joe, jury has overruled, so no lift.
I'm super strong in that stance, but I can get nowhere near depth.
Yeah, that's the major problem of using that stance. You need to have the mobility to go deep enough. Alexa Matthews from Canada opening at 115.
No lift.
Not quite. She wasn't far off. Just needs to squeeze down a tiny bit more. But the weight was no problem for her at all.
Mexico. The bar is loaded.
Now from the replay, that looked in. So I'm just going to cast an eye over the jury table.
Oh, so the center jury said just at the parallel, so she will need to go a little bit deeper. Fair enough. Fernanda Villalobos opening at 115.
Shouldn't have any issues with depth there.
That is a good
No,
lift.
she doesn't
Next
indeed.
throw.
That's a good lift.
Next
3 white lights.
throw from Spain, Amaya Serra Torres. The bar is loaded.
Bar is loaded at
117.5.
117.5. 17.5 for Amaya Torres Serra from Spain.
Big team from Spain this year.
Yes, indeed. The Spanish team is getting stronger and stronger in both junior, sub-junior, and open. You'll have to count on them for the future, of course.
That was superb. Depth beyond question and a strong ascent. Very good indeed.
From Ukraine. The bar is loaded. Petrenko is
Bar is
opening
loaded
to
at 120 for
120
Tetiana Petrenko.
First time at this competition since 21, where she took the silver medal. Wow, that was so quick. Of course, you get a great stretch reflex when you do the dive bomb squat, but the danger is it's hard to keep tight as you drop and then come back up in the right direction. But she did that really well.
Yeah, and I think the jury is quite okay with the center and right side ref, so that will stay a good lift. 120 kilos for Sydney Wilson from Canada.
Silver medalist at World Bench back in May.
Good lift.
for Canada. Next lifter, Sheila Mayer of Israel. Say weight on the bar, 120 kilos. The bar is loaded.
120 as well, this time for Shira Mayer from Israel. One of the 17 athletes representing Israel.
Yeah, that was great. Exactly how you want your openers to look.
Absolutely.
Next, Gabby Waltman of
We do discourage lifters coming out to the front of the rack. It's not a rule that you will have your squat taken away from, but it's good protocol because the platform crew aren't expecting it. They expect you to exit out of the back of the rack.
bar is loaded.
And sometimes when we're on a race stage, it's a bit of a dodgy thing to exit the front.
Yeah. 3 lifts to go before ending the first round of the squat. The first of the 3 will be for Gaby Watman, representing Great Britain, and opening at 125.
She got the squat bronze at last year's competition, and that looked very steady.
And that is a good lift. As we said, squat bronze last year, and on her way to maybe try to take another medal
Bar is loaded.
on this event. We will now have the silver medalist of the 2023 European Championships, Maeva Dero from Belgium.
She broke the sub-junior deadlift world record at that event. Unfortunately, that has since gone, but she still has the European.
And I think it was 176, if I'm not wrong, something like that.
173.5. You weren't far away.
I remember this. Oh, and that's an easy opener. Let's wait for the ref, though. Oh, 2-1. So she got away with it. They definitely don't want to go higher, that's for sure.
Of USA, opening at 145. The bar is
Yeah,
loaded.
borderline at best.
The highest opener will go to the favorite for the win, Eleni Guerrera from US. Huge prospect in the sub-junior.
Silver medalist at this event last year. She is the world sub-junior champion on bench press. Yeah, I think we both hesitated there. It's just not quite deep enough, unfortunately.
To round 2 of the squats for this group. First, Mr. Ramsey,
Yeah, she'll definitely need more and
Yeah.
not
The
an
bar
inch,
is
maybe
loaded.
2 to 3 at least. So that concludes our first round of the squad event. 127.5 for Maeva Dero leading, followed by Gaby Watman at 125 and by Mayer at 120. 80 kilos for Honoka Nishige's second attempt. This is a 2.5 kilo jump. She had a tricky situation on her opener.
The bar is so far down her back, though. How she's standing upright with that all the way down there, I have no
Now,
clue.
this is what you can call a French low bar.
The bar is loaded.
That's a good lift.
85 kilos for this second attempt for Leo.
Surprisingly, 3 lifters haven't been done their opener, so it's going to be intense.
And the favourite as well.
Yeah.
Changes the landscape a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. Riho Sato, a 5 kilo jump. Yeah, so this will allow Maeva Dero to regain some ground, sorry, on Guerrera. It's a good lift.
Next, Floor of USA and 105 kilo, second attempt. The bar is loaded for Caitlin.
7.5 kilo jump for Caitlin Plourde, second attempt.
She's 16 years old. She has another year or so in the sub-juniors.
Beautiful squat.
A great second attempt, 3 white lights.
Of course, in the IPF, your age category is determined by your birth year, not your birthday. So you move into the juniors on the 1st of January, the year after your 18th birthday. Another way of looking at it is if you're under 18 on the 1st of January, you're a sub-junior all year.
More efficient. The second attempt of Paola Cuesta Chamochumbi at 107.5.
The first of our 3 lifters with nothing on the board yet.
As we said, a really narrow stance. It looked a bit better this time, yes indeed. Both of the side refs gave a white light.
Next from Great Britain, Hannah Carpal. The bar is loaded. 110.5 kilos.
Now, Hannah Karpal, 112.5.
Seven and a half kilo increase from her opening attempt. Nicely done.
Nicely done, as you said, and a good lift. 3 white lights.
Alexa Matthews from Canada coming up next. The bar is loaded.
Alexa Matthews,
15.
another lifter in trouble in this 57 sub-junior weight class. She will try to re-attempt 115. Got call on depth for 2 of the refs on her
Looks a
first.
bit flustered. She needs to keep her nerve. These things happen and you have to overcome it. And she absolutely has.
Brilliant second attempt. This time, no doubt, she's in board and she can.
She can breathe a little bit now.
The bar is loaded. 120 kilos.
Fernanda Villalobos open second attempt at 120 kilos, 5 kilo jump.
Really solid.
It's a good lift. 2 to 1.
Depth called by the left side ref, Miss Lynch from New Zealand. Let's have a look on that.
25 kilos, second attempt.
Seemed okay on this side.
The bar is loaded for Wilson.
That's a good one, yeah. That shall stay. 125 for Sydney Wilson's second attempt, a 5 kilo jump.
She's one of those lifters where depth is hard to call because she moves her body through her legs but her hips aren't dropping.
The bar is loaded.
Ah, but it looked good on this side.
Yeah, the jury is having a discussion about it. I think they shall overrule. Well, in the meantime, Shira Mayer, second attempt. This is a silver medal attempt, actually. And
They've
the jury,
overruled.
yeah.
Yep, good.
The jury has
Oh, that's a grind. And a good lift. Well done, Shira.
She's going to have to bring some aggression for her third, though. Doesn't seem to be too much left in the tank.
Torres. The bar
Yeah, 127.5 should be reasonable. Will she go for the difficult? We'll see. Amaya Torres Serra at 125, a 7.5 kilo jump.
She's a great squatter, isn't she? Technique's phenomenal.
Yeah, wonderful second
And
attempt.
she's a happy squatter as well. She bounced off the platform.
That's always pleasant to see.
The bar is loaded. Petrenko is going for 130 kilos.
130 for Tetiana Petrenko, 5 kilo jump. That will catapult her at the first place.
10 actually. I think she's the only one that's taken a 10 kilo jump.
Well, that's a huge jump.
Yeah, it is.
I'd say it's much more of an equipped jump in these weight
In
classes.
this weight class, yeah. She's got more though.
Yeah, that's a good lift. In a great position to take a medal on squad event, that's for sure.
Grace Britton.
so is Gaby Watman, 130 as well, to take the first place, to retake the first place from Petrenko.
Now, either she didn't get sufficient drive out of the hole, or that was just too heavy, unfortunately.
Also, the first option, honestly, Joe, I think that she just lost kind of the balance at the end. Here, yeah. She'll just have to manage a little bit more, and I think that she has her chances. 135 for Maeva Dero. And with this one, Maeva will secure at least a bronze medal. At least a silver medal, sorry. Of course, waiting for Eleni. Good lift. And just like that, at least a silver medal secured for Team Belgium. And as we said, she is retaking some ground over Eleni Guerrera.
And here she is. She absolutely needs to nail this, or her World Championships ambitions will start to fritter away. She's already lost her game plan. She's missed her opener. Whatever she intended for a second will have to get pushed out to a third attempt. She really needs to hit this time.
Did she make the extra effort?
2-1, she's on the board. She does seem quite asymmetrical. The bar is quite slanted on her back, yeah. But she got it on the board, and she is now leading the field.
Yeah, so that concludes our second round of squat. Eleni Guerrera retaking 145. It's good enough for the first place. 135 for Dero, and Petrenko third place with 130. The last round now with Honoka Negishi, a 7.5 kilo jump.
Nailed it.
The bar is loaded. Sato is going for 90 kilos for her third squat.
Team Japan giving a lot of support to Riho Sato for her last attempt, 90 kilos. I think she might have got the depth. And
did the bar dip as well?
Yeah, I think it
was
was
both. Yeah.
It's pretty safe to say that. But she did try her best.
So parallel at best, and then there was just a tiny dip there.
Last attempt of Caitlin Plourde, USA, 110. This seems like a quite reasonable last attempt, judging by her second attempt.
Sensible progression too, went up 7.5, gone up another 5. A little bit tough right at the top, but she got it there in the end.
The bar is loaded. Vamos.
1
Paola Cuesta Chamochumbi 112.5 for her last. Will she be able to reach that depth this time as well?
That looks okay from the angle we've got.
Yeah. And it was indeed okay. Great job. Great job. 3 white lights.
Of Great Britain coming up next. Going for a 170.5 third attempt.
Yeah, she adapted really well in this
The bar is loaded.
standard for the standards. Of course, the highest stage of the world. Your squat needs to be uncontestable. Here is Hannah Karpal from Great Britain, 117.5. Great attempt. And it's a good lift.
From Canada. The bar is loaded. From Canada, 122.5 kilos for this third squat.
Alexa Matthews, 122.5.
Mr. Opener nailed it on her second. So she's taken quite a decent 7.5 kilo jump to her third.
Maybe effort to reach the depth as well, but that was...
Too hesitant at the bottom, I think.
Yeah, you're right. And you talked about the psychological aspect that you have to deal with. And I think that was the small thing that made the difference today for her.
I think so. She was just a little bit, you can't see it from this side, but at the view from the other side, her knee was, I think she wasn't on a straight bar path. And nerves can do that.
127.5 for Sydney Wilson.
Only 2.5 kilo increase, so she must feel like she's close to her limit.
You definitely want as well to take every kilo you can, because on prognosis she is 4th. Battling with Petrenko and with others, of course. You don't want to miss any kilo. That's a great strategy applied by Team Canada. Let's see if it pays. Nope.
Well, she was correct in her assessment that she was close to her limit,
Yeah.
but she left nothing behind. She
There's nothing to
she
regret.
got 125,
Yeah.
missed 127.5, so she got everything she was capable of on the day.
Yeah, you just have to forget this one and go straight through the bench press session. Villalobos Fernanda with 127.5 as well.
Unusual though, she went up 5 to a second and she's gone up 7.5 to a third. You don't usually take a bigger jump to your third.
Maybe the strategy here is to get closer and closer to the top 3 spots at the end of the bench, and she will need every kilo. And what a great
job, yeah,
selection.
great job.
That's a good lift.
Also, sometimes you have to convince the coach. If your opening attempt doesn't look as good as he thought it would, he might just rein you in on your second, and you go out on your second and prove to your coach that you've got it, and he'll give you a bigger increase.
You're right. Now, 130 kilos. We said earlier that 125 was a huge work and that 127.5 should have been the most reasonable choice. No, the coach doesn't thinks that way. He will jump 5 kilo, 130. Of course, a bronze medal attempt so far, attempted by Shira Mayer from Israel.
Not sure about the depth, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, no
Yeah,
lift to
so
realize on
she's
depth
looking
here.
disappointed, but
From Spain,
I
I
Amaya
think
think she was happy she stood up
Torres.
with it.
yeah.
So it
Score
was a
is
moral victory,
loaded.
but not a technical one. And the coach is taking a walk to the jury
430
table, but I
kilos
don't think he's going
for
to get anywhere.
Torres.
The last attempt of Amaya Torres Serra from Spain. 130. This is as well, Joe, a bronze medal attempt.
And a successful one, I think.
What a beautiful score.
Yes, indeed.
That is
So far, she's taking the bronze medal with
Gabby Botman.
2 lifters to go to try to retake it
The
from her.
bar is loaded.
As you can see on the replay, great depth. The first of the 2 lifters that can retake the bronze medal is Gaby Watman. I think she has been part of the European Bench Press Championship, if I'm not wrong, 2 weeks ago.
Unfortunately, not quite
No
there.
lift for Great
She got her opener in though, so she's on the board.
Next lifter is Tatiana Petrenko, Ukraine.
Unfortunately, won't have progressed up the rankings quite as much as she would have wanted to, only getting her opener in.
3 lifters to go before ending the squat session. Tatiana Petrenko, 135. The last bronze medal attempt.
No lift.
A little bit too heavy. Maybe she dived a little bit too fast as well.
When you're at your max weight, I think it's a risky move just to drop to the bottom like that.
Yeah, so that will allow Torres Serra to be bronze medalist on squat with 130. And now a already really important moment. This is Maeva Dero from Belgium trying to secure a 140 squat, and more importantly trying to put a 380 total on prognosis, which will be 15 kilos away from Eleni. And I don't know if you remember, it was a 22.5 kilo lead of Eleni over Maeva. Yeah, what a great last attempt selection.
That is a good lift for Belgium.
Had a little bit of a pause, I wasn't sure, but 2-1, it is a good lift. So she is closing the gap now and putting pressure on the leader.
Yeah, so either 15 or 10 kilo lead will be secured by Eleni Guerrera. Let's see.
Looks good. Oh, not deep enough.
No lift for Guerrera,
I think we'll have to
unfortunately.
wait for the juries because it looked like she made the extra effort. Was that enough?
Before we
Ah,
From the side angle.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that concludes our squat session. Eleni Guerrera with 145 is a squat gold medalist, followed by Maeva de Roa 140 and by Torres Serra at 130. Welcome, welcome back everyone to the 2024 IPF World Classic Championships here in St. Paul's Bay, Malta, as we are about to begin with the bench press session of the first flight of the 52 sub-junior.
If you've just joined us, we will have 2 flights of the 52s and then we'll move on to the 57s. All the lifters are sub-juniors, which means they're aged between 14 and 18.
Zoe McIsaac from Canada.
40 kilos for the first attempt of Zoe McIsaac from Canada.
Current best is 42.5, so we're pretty close to that already. Nice and easy.
3 whites.
That is a good lift for Canada.
Good lift.
Next lifter, Amelia Mashlewska. The bar is loaded. Mashlewska is opening at 40 kilos.
Amelia Marchlewska opening at 40 kilos for Poland.
It's a good lift.
It's a good lift. 3 white lights.
Great looking opener. Get an easy one on the board, then you can get on with your plan.
42.5 kilo opener. The bar is loaded.
42.5 kilos for Andrea Carmona Perez from Spain.
Another easy opener. Of course, bench is the slowest to progress for the lightweight younger women. It's just a matter of time under the bar, really. It just takes a long, long time for ladies to build up that upper body muscle.
42.5 for Sonoka Sakairi from Japan.
Nice short stroke there. She's got the maximum width permitted grip with her 4 fingers on the ring.
Anna Nishiyama.
That means the bar doesn't have to travel quite as far.
57.5 for Yunus opener. The bar is loaded.
Another Japanese lifter. This time it's Yuna Nishiyama opening at 57.5.
Of course, the maximum number of lifters a country can have in one weight class is 2. You get 8 lifters in a team, as there are 8 weight classes, but you can choose to double up here and there and miss other weight classes if that suits you better.
A good lift.
Good lift. Next from Slovakia, Natalia Gogorova. The bar is loaded. Gogorova is opening at 60 kilo.
60 kilos for Natalia Gogorova. That's a
for
good lift.
Slovakia. Next, Shan from Malaysia. The bar is loaded.
I think she internally rotated at the bottom there to meet depth.
Second attempt at 60 kilos and not the last. But this time for Abrienda Chan, Malaysia.
That was a great opener. Now a yellow card, Alex, from the side referee. So could be for butt lift, foot movement. It could be for any number of things. The yellow card covers a range of sins. I'm not sure her butt was touching there.
The bar is
Yeah,
loaded,
overruled.
and the jury has overruled the previous lift. No lift.
A bench press specialist, Jenna Tarvainen, opening at 70 kilos, and she possibly will have a shot for a medal on bench press.
That is a good lift for Finland.
And that is a good lift for
Next,
Jenna.
Zoe McIsaac, Canada. As we are moving on to round 2 of the bench for the sub-juniors 52. The bar is loaded.
The second attempt of Zoe McIsaac from Canada, 45 kilos.
It's a good lift for Canada.
Still good for Zoe, 3 white lights.
The bar is loaded. 45 kilos for Amelia's second bench.
Once again with Amelia Marchlewska at 45 this time. It's a 5 kilo jump.
Another lovely bench press.
It's a good lift for Poland. Next, Andrea Carmona Perez.
Still good for her.
47.5 kilo. The bar is loaded.
47.5 for Andrea Carmona Perez, Spain.
That is
Getting a masterclass from these young ladies today.
Sonoka Sakai from Japan. The bar is loaded.
47.5 attempted by Sonoka Sakairi from Japan.
Five kilos up from what was a very easy opener. Very high touch point on her chest though. I'm not sure if she meant to touch exactly
No
there.
lift for
I
Japan,
don't remember it being so
unfortunately.
high on her opener.
Next, Adriana Shah of Malaysia. Second try for the 60 kilo
Yeah, you can see how
bench.
high it is up on her chest
Yeah.
there. I think that's what failed the lift. Really, if she can
And the bar
get
is
that bar
loaded
down to where
for
it needs to
Malaysia.
be, then I think she's got a good chance.
Second attempt of Abrienda. Got her first attempt overruled by the jury for butt lifts.
Now there didn't seem to be any movement through the body that time.
Yeah, that's
3 white
Good
lights.
lift for Malaysia. Next, Natalia Gogodova of Slovakia. The bar is loaded. 62.5 kilos.
Here's Natalia Gogorova, Slovakia. Now, she didn't manage to get a successful squat in, so she won't be making a total. But experience on the international stage is so invaluable. It's great that she continued. And of course, she can still take medals in bench and deadlift. This is 62.5.
And it's a good lift for
and that's a
Slovakia.
good lift. 3 white lights.
Next, Yuna Nishiyama. The bar is loaded.
Yuna Nishiyama now for Japan with a 5 kilo jump. 62.5. A solid second attempt for Yuna.
It's a good
3 white
lift
lights.
for Japan. Well done. Next, Janna Tavanen from Finland. Last lifter in the round. The bar is loaded for Finland.
72.5
72.5 kilos.
will be attempted by Jenna Tarvainen for her second. Well, her opener looked indeed a bit difficult.
No
That was a
lift
bit
for
of work.
Finland.
So no lift. I think as well she lost a bit of attention at the very top of the lift,
So
the very
good
bottom of
lift.
the lift, sorry, when she
And
touched her chest,
47.5
as you can see
kilos.
here, yeah. So if she focus on
The
really
bar is
maintaining the
loaded.
tension when she touches her chest, things could be fine for her. The answer in a couple of minutes. Now, strict minimum jump attempted by Zoe Mikaisak from Canada for a 47.5 last attempt.
No lift for
And
Canada.
that's in a lift.
Good attempt. Next, Sonoka Sakai of Japan. The bar is loaded. 47.5 kilos.
Sonoka Sakairi now reattempting 47.5. And as we said earlier, her bar touched her chest a little bit too high. That caused her a lack of strength. Let's wait and see for the last one. Oh, she has been asked to replace the bar. I think it's because her ends were a little bit too far. She'll have the start command, yeah.
No lift for Japan. Next
That's in the
lifter,
lift.
Andrea
A little bit too heavy
Carmona
for this day.
Perez.
Well, she's only losing 2.5 kilos.
The bar is loaded. 3 attempts left to change your openers for next group.
The bar is loaded for Andrea Carmona Perez at 50 kilos.
No lift for Spain.
That's a no lift as well.
Amelia Marchnowska, Poland. The bar is loaded. 50 kilos for Marchnowska's third bench.
Amelia Marchlewska for her last attempt at 50 kilos. Should she get this?
No lift
Not quite
for
there today.
Poland. Next, Adriana Shah of Malaysia. And a 65 kilo third bench attempt. The bar is loaded. One more attempt to change your openers for the next group.
The bar is now loaded at 65 for Abrienda. She had kind of a bit of a struggle on her first. She got overruled for butt lift and was able to correct it on her second. This is now a 5 kilo jump, as well as a 5 kilo PB. Really strong push
It's a good lift for Malaysia.
and a good lift.
Next, Yuna Nishiyama of Japan. The bar is loaded. No more changes for the next group.
Yuna Nishiyama from Japan, 65 kilos as well. And a good lift.
Good lift for Japan. Next, Natalia Goborova, Slovakia. The bar is loaded.
67.5 for Natalia Gogorova, 5 kilo jump.
No lift for Slovakia.
No lift.
Next up, Jenna Tarvainen, Finland. The last lifter in this group with a 72.5 kilo. Bar is loaded.
Jenna Tarvainen, 72.5. Reattempted. Well, that was way better this time, but the referees called for depth.
And the first lifter in this group, Natalie Fishper, opening at 60 kilos.
Yeah, that looked like it was
The bar
indeed
is
a
loaded
little bit too
for
high.
Ecuador.
Couldn't quite reach the depth. So that concludes the first flight. So we're jumping straight into the second. The first bar is loaded at 60 kilos for Nathalie Quishpe. Easy opener.
That is a good lift for Ecuador.
That is a
Next,
good lift.
Lauren Johnson of USA. The bar is loaded with 60 kilos.
$60 kilos for Lauren Janssen.
It's a good lift for USA.
3 white lights, that's a good lift.
Asram of Israel. 62.5. And the bar is loaded.
Rotem Azran attempting 62.5. Good lift, easy opener.
3 white lights is a good lift. Sylvie Thomas of Great Britain. The bar is loaded.
$62.5 for the first attempt of Sylvie Thomas from Great Britain.
It's a good lift for Great
3
Britain.
whites.
Next lifter, Lea Tufan of Hungary. 67.5 kilo opener.
Lea Tulipan. This is a 67.5 first attempt, as she is not that far from the podium on total, so she'll definitely need every kilo she can stack on bench press. And that's a good one.
For Hungary, next from Italy, Alice Del Favo. Opening at 70 kilos. Lifted to follow Tomsova. The bar is loaded.
The bar is now loaded at 70 kilos for Alicia De Fabro. $345 total on prognosis for her, 352.5 on prognosis for Cassandre Olivier. This will be the battle for gold in this weight class. And that's a good lift. 3 white lights.
70 kilos as well, and the bar is loaded.
$70 kilos for Nikola Tomsova from Czechia, sorry. Currently sitting at the 3rd spot on total with 330. Good lift.
Czechia. Maddie Harper, Australia. Coming up next, 75 kilo, first attempt. The bar is
Here is Maddie Harper opening at 75 kilos, penultimate lifter to end the first round. Three white lights, it's a good lift.
Now slip in the round, Cassandre Olivier of France. 82.5 kilo opener. The bar is loaded.
The last lifter to complete the first round will be Cassandre Olivier from France, opening at 82.5, sorry. 82.5, this will be enough for, first of all, securing a total on bench press, and second, giving her a 7.5 kilo lead over Del Fabro. Of course, a good lift. As you can see on the replay, that was a really easy opener.
The bar is loaded.
Quick look at the results at the end of the first round. Cassandre Olivier leading the pack with 82.5, followed by Maddie Harper at 75, and by Czech lifter Nikola Tomsova. Once again with Lauren Jansen. This time is 65 second attempt. And a good lift. 3 white
That is
lights.
a good lift. Next lifter, Rotem Aslan of Israel. The bar is loaded. 67.5 kilos.
This is Rotem Azran at 67.5. This is a 5 kilo jump. Three white
That is
lights.
a good lift. Next, Natalie Tishbe of Ecuador. 67.5 as well. And the bar is loaded.
Natalie Kuishpe at 67.5.
That is a good lift for Ecuador.
Good lift. 3 white lights.
Sylvie Thomas of Great Britain. The bar is loaded. 67.5 kilos. This is the second round of bench for the sub-juniors minus 52.
Sylvie Thomas for her second attempt on bench. 67.5. She will try to match her current PB. I think it should be good. Of course it's good. A good lift, 3 white lights.
Next, Hungary, Lea Tulipan, and 70 kilos on the bar. The bar is loaded.
The bar is loaded at 70 kilos for Lea Tulipan. One of the 3 lifters about to battle on deadlift to take the bronze medal overall. And that's a really close one. 330 on total for Tulipan, 330 on total for Jensen, 332.5 on total for Tomsova. So 3 lifters with 2.5 kilo separated them. Good lift.
That is a good lift for Hungary.
Important to mention that Tulipan is lighter than Jensen, who's lighter, and Tomsova is lighter than Jensen and Tulipan. So of course Tomsova will have the spot in case of a draw. Speaking of which, 72.5 on the bar for her. Of course you don't want to miss any kilos, as we said. That's a good lift. 3 white lights.
For Czechia. Next, Italy, Alice Del Fabio. And we're putting 75 kilos on the bar for Del Fabio's second bench. The bar is loaded.
75 for Alice Del Fabro. 3 white lights, good
for
lift.
Italy. Next lifter, Maddie Harper, Australia. Lifted to follow Olivier. The bar is loaded for Harper.
Second round of Maddie Harper with 80 kilos, as she will be the penultimate lifter to complete the second round. These two stay in a comfortable silver medal on bench press.
No lift for
A
Harper,
technical
unfortunately. Last lifter
issue here that causes
in this
her
second round
the
attempt is
lift, and it's the very first
Olivier
lift
of
missed in his
France.
second flight of the 52
87.5.
sub-juniors.
The bar is loaded.
The bar is now loaded for Cassandre Olivier at 87.5. This is the moment for her to take some kilo lead over Alicia Lefabro. Great job.
It's a good lift for
Good lift,
France.
with white lights.
Well done. We are moving on to round
That
2 of
concludes the
depth.
second round.
Rotem
And
Asran,
at the end of the
Serbia.
second round, Cassandre Olivier is
Followed
leading
by
with
Natalie Kirchberg. The
87.5,
bar is
followed
loaded.
by Maddie Harper at 75. Same weight for Alice, being heavier on body weight.
6 attempts left to change your opponent.
Rotem Asran for one last time at 70. And a good lift, 3 white lights.
Israel, well done. Next, Natalie Kirchberg of Ecuador. And the bar is loaded.
Nathalie Quishpe, 70 kilo for her last attempt. Looking hyped up and ready to give everything on the platform. Of course, it was
Well
worth to
done.
try. Only
Unfortunately,
2.5
no
kilo
lift
jump
for
was the
Ecuador.
minimum that she
Semi-time
can
for Great
take.
Britain coming
That
up
was a
next.
bit too heavy
The
for
bar is
today. She
loaded.
reached her
70
top
kilos
end
on the bar.
at 67.5. Now it's Sylvie Thomas from Great Britain at 70 kilos. And that's a good lift for
22 is
Sylvie to the
enough
one.
for Great Britain. Next, Lauren Johnson, USA. Also 70 kilos. The bar is loaded.
The bar is loaded for Lauren Janssen at 70. Yeah, and the jury has
It is
overruled
now
So no lift for Thomas. No lift for Lauren as well.
The
Maybe 5
USA.
kilo was a bit of an ambitious
Number
jump.
3, Leah Tulipan, and 72.5 kilos. The bar is loaded.
So Tomsova will have here the opportunity to stack a 10 kilo lead over Janssen and Leah Tulipan. And speaking of which, at 72.5 kilo last attempt, will have the opportunity to be only 2.5 kilos below Tomsova. This is going to be a really tense battle, a three-way battle between Czechia, Hungary, and of course USA. Let's see how Leah deals with his 72 last attempt. Ah.
No lift
So
for
that will be a
Hungary.
no lift.
Next up, Nicola Tomsova, Czechia, 75 kilos. 50 to follow, Del Fabio, Barker, and Olivier. The bar is loaded. Last minute to change your attempts.
75 kilos for Nikola Tomsova, having the opportunity to increase her advance over Tulipan and over Janssen a little bit more. And this is as well for a silver medal on bench press, waiting for Del Fabro and Hopper. She did really great. And that's a good lift, 3 white lights.
Well done. Next,
This is the
Del
type
Fabio,
of moments that can make the difference at the
Italy,
end.
77.5, and the bar is loaded. No more changes.
Important moment as well for Alicia Del Fabro. First of all, trying to retake the silver medal and to secure at least a bronze. But on the other hand, trying to maintain the 7.5 kilo that Cassandra has over her. And I think it should be good, yes.
Lift for Italy.
So 352.5 at the end of the bench press for
Hopper,
Alice Del
United
Fabro.
States, Australia.
Let's wait and
50
see
kilos
if
on the bar.
Cassandra will
The
be
bar
able
is
to
loaded.
secure this 90 kilos. But first of all, as you can hear, the Australian crowd is hyped up because here is Maddie Harper reattempting 80 kilos and attempting the silver medal on bench press. No, so she'll stay fourth, and that will give Del Fabro the silver medal on bench press. Let's see now if Cassandra is able
The bar is loaded.
to hit this last bench press. 90 kilos on the bar. An important support that she is receiving, her coach being here in the venue, cheering for her. Here is the head coach of Team France, Cyril Vaillant. He will try to claim a third world title already since the beginning of the sub-juniors and juniors. Oh, what a grind. She stayed in the line, and that's a good lift so far, 2-1. Let's wait and see.
Number 3 of the sub-juniors. These are the
Oh, the
57
jury has overruled. No
overruled
lift.
the
Jury
previous
has
one.
overruled for depth.
No lift.
So that's in no
14.
lift. She's losing
14.
precious 2.5 kilos, but still 87.5 will be her result. Good enough for the gold medal on bench press, followed by Del Fabro at 77.5 and by Tom Sova at 75. So this will be a fierce battle between these two ladies. Who will walk away with the crown? Italy for the first time of these World Championships,
4.
or France to claim already a third world title? We'll have to wait and see. Now, the 57ers, 14 athletes in his weight class, a huge, huge weight class, really stacked. The first will be Negishi Honoka, opening at 40 kilos
For Honoka Negishi.
from Japan. Good lift.
Japan. Next, Ryu Sato from Japan. 42.5.
42 as well. Sorry, 40.
The
A
bar is
2.5
loaded for
kilo
Japan.
jump between the first and the second lifter. The two of them being from Japan. This time it's Sato Riho. And an easy opener.
Nice and easy
3
opener
whites.
for Ryu Sato. Good lift. Next, Fernanda Villalobos of Mexico. The bar is loaded.
Bar is loaded for Mexico with Fernanda Villalobos at 55.
Yes,
Easy one, 3 whites.
next, Paula Cuesta from Spain. 57.5 kilo. Opener for Paula. The bar is loaded.
57.5 for Paula Cuesta Chamochumbi from Spain. Easy weight, that's a good lift, 3 whites.
Also from Spain, Amaya Torres Serra. The bar is loaded, and there is 60 kilos on this bar.
Amaya Torres Serra from Spain, opening at 60. That was a really easy opener. Good
Secure
lift.
place for Spain. Next, Gabby Watman, Great Britain. The bar is loaded. 60 kilo opener for Watman. After the follow, purple,
Gabi
Federico Meyer.
Watman from Great Britain opening at 60.
That was a good
Good
lift for
lift,
Great
three white
Britain.
lights.
Next, Hannah Karpal, also from Great Britain. 62.5 kilo opener. The bar is loaded.
Anna Karpal, 62.5. Another athlete coming from Great Britain. And at a close look of Louise Knightley-Smith, the GB coach. And she's making an easy work of it.
Good lift for Great Britain. Next, Tatiana Petrenko.
Of course, three whites.
From the Ukraine. 70 kilos for her opener. The bar is loaded.
Bar is loaded. Tapping on Tatiana Petrenko's shoulders in Aurobets, a powerlifting equipped legend, giving the last instructions to Tatiana. Here you can see Ina. Oh, that was a speedy opener. Good lift.
For Ukraine. Next, Shira Meyer of Israel. Same weight on the bar, 70 kilos, and the bar is loaded.
70 kilos for Shira Mayer from Israel. Well, that was a really easy opener as well, and a good lift. Three white lights.
Cynthia Wilson, Canada, coming up. The bar is loaded.
A Canadian lifter, Sydney Wilson, stepping on the platform, and will try to hit a 72.5 opener. Definitely in the battle for total bronze. And that is an easy opener as well. 2-1. Depth call though by the center ref, Ms. Tatiana Melnik. Let's see on the replay. Yeah, indeed the left arm looks a bit high, but the jury won't move, so she will walk away with a good lift. 72.5 for Caitlin Plourde. Good lift, easy
for
weight.
Eden. Next, Eliane Guerrera from USA, opening at 75 kilos. The bar is loaded.
A big bench pressure about to come, Eleni Guerrera. We will have to wait and see for her depth on bench. She's sinking, so I think she should get away with it. Yes, of course, free whites, that's not a problem.
75 pounds is a good lift. May Baldero is the next lifter. The bar is loaded.
Maeva Dero, 75 kilos. The battle between USA and Belgium. Second act is starting again. Oh, that was as easy as
Good lift for
Eleni's first
Belgium.
attempt, so
Last lifter in the round, Alexa Matthews,
things will
Canada.
be
The bar is loaded.
even more interesting.
Matthews opening at 77.5 kilos.
Who will walk away with the bench press gold? And more importantly, who will walk away with the title? The last lift to complete the first round already will go to Canada with Alexa Matthews opening at 77.5. Great job. Good lift, 2 to 1
Good
though.
lift, 2-1 for Canada. Going into round 2 of this bench session. Hall
So
Matthews
that is
lifting
concluding the first round.
42.5
We'll just have to wait
kilos.
and see if the jury
Followed by
moves.
Sato, Villalobos, and Cuesta.
No, it's alright. So
The bar
Alexa
is
Matthews
loaded.
will take the first place so far, followed by both Eleni and Maeva at 75. Second round and first attempt. Negishi Honoka, 42 and a half.
No lift
That's a
for
no lift.
Japan. Next, Rio Sato, Japan,
Looked indeed a
47.5.
bit difficult.
The bar is loaded.
Barge loaded at 47.5 for Satoriho from Japan.
That is a
Huge
good lift
effort and
for
a good lift.
Japan. Next, Fernanda Villalobos of Mexico, going for 60 kilos for her second attempt. The
A
bar is
5 kilo
loaded
jump
for
for
Villalobos.
Fernanda Villalobos. 60 for her second. That's a
It's a
good
good
lift.
lift
3
for
whites.
Mexico, 2-1. Next, Paula Cuesta from Spain.
Bars loaded at 62.5 for Cuesta Paola.
No lift for
That's a
Spain,
no lift.
unfortunately. Next, Amaya Torres Seller of Spain as well. And 65 kilos on the bar. The bar is loaded.
A 5 kilo jump for Amaya Torres Serra from Spain.
It's a good lift for Spain. 2 white, 1 red.
And that's a good lift, 2 to 1.
Gabby Waltman. Great Britain. Same weight on the bar. The bar is loaded.
Bars loaded at 65 as well, this time for Gabby Watman.
That's a good lift for Gabby Waltman.
Lovely second attempt, and that's a good
Hannah
lift.
Carpal coming up next. Great Britain. The bar is loaded.
The bar is now loaded at 67.5 for Hannah Carpal, Great Britain.
It's a good lift.
3 white lights, a good
Great
lift.
Britain. Next up, Sheila Meyer, Israel. And 75 kilos for this second round of bench. The bar is loaded.
Shira Mayer, and her second attempt at 75 kilos.
No lift for Israel.
That will
Next
be a
is
no
Tatiana
lift.
Petrenko,
She kind of
Ukraine.
lose her balance here, as you can see at the replay. Yeah, couldn't quite
The
stabilize
bar is loaded.
at the lockout, so that's a no lift, but the strength doesn't look like an issue here. And now Tatiana Petrenko, a 7.5 kilo jump, and of course it was a really easy opener, so this is not out of reach for the Ukrainian lifter. super easy once
Decision
again.
for Ukraine.
I wonder where she
77
are going
Canada
to
coming
stop
up.
herself because well, she's going
77.5
to stop because
kilos.
the second one looked as easy as the first, to be honest. Adding 7.5 is not a problem for Team Ukraine.
The bar is loaded for Canada.
And I'm sure she will try to hit a gold medal. But for now, Sydney Wilson, a 77.5 second attempt as well. She got called on depth by one of the two referees on her first attempt, so we'll have to pay a close look to her elbows. Yeah,
No
this
lead for
time
Canada, unfortunately. Next
center
lifter,
ref is
84,
giving
USA.
a red for depth and a yellow card shown by the left side ref,
The bar is loaded. Lord is going
maybe
for
for butt lift.
77.5 for this second attempt.
77.5 once again, this time for Kathleen Plourde from 5th to 1st. Oh, that was easy. 2 to 1.
Good lift for
So far a good
USA.
lift. Depth call by the
Guerrera.
the right side referee.
Guerrera coming up. The bar is loaded.
Eleni Guerrera at 80 kilos. And she'll be followed by Dero and Matthews. Yeah, this time
No
she got
lift
called on
for the
depth.
US. Two red lines there. Next lifter,
And
Dero, Belgium.
yeah, I think
The bar is loaded.
it's a good call. Yeah, as you can see here, definitely the depth is not good with the right arm. So that will give an opportunity to Maeva.
The jury has overruled USA's lift. It is a good lift.
And it's a good lift. Jury has overruled. It's a good lift for Eleni. And a good lift for Maeva
Good
as
lift
well.
for Belgium. Last lifter in this round, Alexa Matthews. Bar is loaded. $82.5 kilos.
Alexa Matthews,
Alexa
82 and a half to complete the second round of bench press in the 57ers. Of course, this will be a gold medal attempt.
No lift for Canada.
A little bit too heavy for Alexa.
We're going into the third round
She'll
of
still one.
attempts for
She'll
this
still have one
session.
attempt, of course. So nothing is set up yet.
The bar is loaded.
So at the end of the second round, Guerrera leading at 80, followed by
For
Dero
Japan,
at 80 as
Honor
well, but heavy on body weight, and Kathleen Plourde is currently the bronze medalist of bench press. As you can see, this is really close between Guerrera and Dero. 230 total, 220 for Dero, and 207.5 for Petrenko. A bit too heavy once again for Honoka
No lift
Negishi,
for Japan.
so she will
Next,
stay at
Ryu
40
Sato,
kilos.
50 kilos on the bar for her third attempt then. The bar is loaded.
Ryo Sato from Japan, 50 kilos. Bit too heavy for today.
No lift for Japan. Next, Paula Cuesta of Spain. 62.5 kilos on the bar. Lifter to follow, Villalobos and Torres. The bar is loaded.
Bar is loaded for Paola Cuesta for one last time on bench. Sixty-two and a half for a second time in a row. And that's a good lift so far, 2-1.
Next, Fernanda Villalobos, Mexico.
Our jury has
The
overruled.
jury has overruled Spain's lift.
I think
No
it was
lift.
for skipping the command. That's
Bar
what
is loaded for
center ref
Villalobos.
Tatiana Melnik said to the jury. And now for one last time, Fernanda Villalobos at 67.5.
No lift
Sorry,
for
no
Mexico.
lift for Fernanda.
Next lifter, Amaya Torres.
And that was a
Spain,
huge jump that she just tried. It
67.5.
was actually the exact same jump that she
The
did
bar
on
is loaded.
squat, jumping 5 from the first to the second and then 7.5 from the second to the third. As we say, this can be a strategy meant to try to get closer and closer to the top 3, but it's a risky one, and the 7.5 kilo jump that she now just lost could cost her a lot. Let's see. Now Amaya Torres Serra at 67.5. That was a solid last attempt.
Three
3
white
white
lights for
lights.
this lift. Next, Hannah Karpov of Great Britain.
Putting some green on the scoreboard after a tough start
The
for
bar
the
is
third
loaded.
round of bench press. But of course, you're getting closer and closer to your max. And you code for yourself a technical mistake, otherwise, you won't be able to make your third lift. 70 kilos for Hannah Karpol from Great Britain. It's a 2.5 PB attempt. Lovely looking last attempt, 3 white lights.
Amazing third attempt by Hannah. Good lift. Gabby Watman coming up. Great rhythm. 70 kilos. The bar is loaded.
Here's Gabby Watman at 70.
Good lift. Great
Nice.
rhythm.
3 white lights.
Sydney Wilson, Canada, coming up next. And we are putting 77.5 kilos on the bar. This is the third round of bench. And the bar is loaded.
The bar's loaded at 77.5 for Sydney Wilson's last attempt from Canada. She won't be able to claim a medal on bench press, but she is really close to Petrenko on total. Only 7.5 kilos separates these two ladies. So she'll definitely need this one. That's a great work here. And a good lift.
It's a good lift.
Still
2.5.
a red light
Finisher, Sheila Meyer. The bar is loaded.
shown by the center ref. Let's wait and see.
77.5 kilos for Israel.
That's a good lift. That shall stay. And now this is a bronze medal attempt on bench press for Shira Mayer. Oh, that's a great last attempt. Let's wait for the refs. Yes, that's a good lift for Shira.
Well done. Next, Tatiana Petrenko of Ukraine and 82.5 kilos.
As she's
The
celebrating.
bar is loaded.
Always a great pleasure to see these type of moments. That's the magic of powerlifting, of course. This is now, as predicted, a gold medal attempt on bench press, of course, waiting for 4 other lifters attempting 82.5. This is gonna be such a show. Don't go anywhere. The first of the 5 will be Tatiana Petrenko. And basically the lightest to attempt is Caitlin Plourde from the US. So if she hits, she will be gold medalist. Oh, that's a lovely one for Tatiana. 3 white lights, of course. She could have gone a little bit more, but of course, coaching staff don't want to be too
The
greedy.
bar is loaded.
She have greater plans. Eleni now try to overpass Tatiana. That's only 2.5 kilo jump. Of course, the weight is not a problem for Eleni. She will just have to go below the parallel. Yeah, as predicted, the weight is not a problem, and this time it's uncontestable. That's a good lift. 3 white lights. For now, she
Cindy
is
Matthews,
gold medalist,
Canada. The bar is loaded. Also 82.5 kilos.
and she has secured at least a silver medal on bench press with this one. Only Caitlin can take her the first place. Alexa Matthews As we said, 82.5 as well, but not a little bit too heavy for today for Alexa,
For Canada, Maeva Dero
as she's losing
coming up.
5 precious kilos here.
Horizontal with the same weight, 82.5.
Maeva Dero opening last attempt, sorry, at 82.5. Good enough for a silver medal. She has already secured a bronze medal if she hits, of course. Wow, that's a huge effort. Let's see for the ref.
So good
Yes,
job
that's
for
a good
everyone.
lift.
Well done. Last lifter in this session, Caitlin Plord,
The last lifter
USA.
before going
The
on a
board is
10-minute
loaded.
break will be Caitlin Plourde. And as we said, this is a gold medal attempt on bench press. An important one for her because she won't be able to bring a medal on total, but this is to jump at the very first place of the bench press event for Team USA. No, that'll be a little bit too heavy for today, but of course she had to
Point
try.
for USA.
So that will end the session, as we
We
said.
are taking a 10-minute break
Let's have a look on
before we
what's
start
going
with
on with
the
the
deadlift.
results of the bench press session.
Don't forget to check out the White Lights Media Room for
So at
some
the end of the BP
awesome
sesh, Eleni
photos,
Guerrera will be your
photos
gold
of
medalist
our
on bench
technicians.
press, followed by Dero at the
So
same
just
weight,
please stand outside.
and by Petrenko, who will take the bronze at the
Just
same
so you
weight. So that
know,
concludes the bench. As you can
30%.
see, the totals here, 232.5 for Guerrera being 10 kilos ahead of Dero, and Dero being 10 kilos ahead of Petrenko. Huge, huge weight class, really stacked. I can't wait to see the deadlift. See you in 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Welcome back, everyone, to the very final act of the 52 sub juniors and 57 sub juniors here in St. Paul's Bay, Malta, for the IPF World Classic Championships. I'm Alex Tyranidis and still joined by Miss Jo Whiteley.
I'm back for deadlift. You wouldn't catch me missing deadlifts.
Back on track as we are about to start the 52 sub juniors deadlift session, and the first bar will be loaded at 100 kilos for Sonoka Sakairi.
So it looks like we're in a close fight for the top two in this class, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. We will have a fierce battle between Cassandre Olivier from France and Alicia Del Fabro from Italy. Only 5 kilos separate them on total. 357.5 for Cassandre, 352.5 for Alice. And in the meantime, to the one for Sonoka, a good lift.
Now she's got a red card failure from the centre referee. On deadlift, that's for lockout. So she's saying either the knees weren't locked or the shoulders not back.
Let's have a look on the replay.
From that angle, it all looked fine.
Yeah, the jury won't discuss about it. 105 for Amelia Marchlewska, representing Poland. A little bit sticky at the top of the knees, but that's a good lift. 3 white lights.
Slovakia. The bar is loaded. 110 kilos.
Natalia Gogorova with 110 from Slovakia.
Nice and easy.
It's a good lift for Slovakia. Next, Zoe McIsaac. The bar is loaded.
Same weight is asked by Zoe McIsaac from Canada. Here she comes, 110.
Current best, 115. But the sub-juniors improve so quickly.
It's a good lift for Canada.
And that is a good lift.
Andrea Carmona Perez of Spain. Lifters to follow: Shao, Tarweiler, and Nishiyama. The bar is loaded for Carmona. She's opening with 115 kilos.
115 for Andrea Carmona Perez from Spain.
That was a great looking sumo.
Next, Brianna Shan, Malaysia. The bar is loaded.
Reminder that this is the B group for the 52 kilo sub-juniors, so we won't worry too much about placings as yet.
Abrienda Chan from Malaysia opening up 115 as well.
It's a good lift for Malaysia. Next lifter,
That's a good lift.
Finland. And 120 kilos. The bar is loaded.
Bar is loaded at 120 kilos for the first attempt of Jenna Tarvainen from Finland.
Great to see all these young lifters putting in really easy first attempts. You can, if you've done a really easy opener, almost like your last warm up, you're on the board. You don't have to stress about anything, and you can take a decent jump to your second.
Yeah, you're right, and you can definitely count on Mats' experience, the national head coach of Team Finland, to apply this type of strategies. Yuna Nishiyama, 122.5 from Japan, as she will complete the first round of deadlift.
Nice and easy again.
And everyone is on the board at the end of the first session of the deadlift. Straight into the second one now, 107.5 is about to be attempted. 107.5 for Sakairi Sonoka from Japan.
Most of the athletes in this group taking somewhere between 7.5 and 12.5 for their second attempt.
Which in deadlift seems more reasonable than bench press or squat even, right? Once again, Team Japan is making a lot of noise to support their athletes. Always pleasant to see them in the venue. Good lift.
Seems to just have a little bit of a sticking point right at the top.
Yeah, for sumo pullers, this is the difficulty. As soon as you're passing the knees, then the lockout is a bit of a struggle. But if you manage your balance, then everything is going pretty well for the lockout. 10 kilo jump for Amelia. 115 on the bar.
Bit of difficulty breaking it from the floor. That is fairly typical with sumo, but once it got moving, it went all the way.
And a good lift.
From Slovakia. The bar is loaded.
As you said, a 7.5 kilo jump once again for Natalia Gogorova.
I think she lost her back position a little bit as she started to pull. And in conventional deadlift, your lockout is made from the ground, really. If you lose your back position from the ground, you're going to have more and more difficulty getting it to lock out.
Zoe Mikaisak, a 10 kilo jump, as she is about to attempt 120. I think it's still good for her. Yes, 3 white lights.
Coming out from Malaysia. 122.5 kilos on the bar.
just cleaning the bar. When you have a mix
And the
of
bar
sumo
is
and
loaded.
conventional pullers, the conventional pullers are wiping chalk where the sumo pullers want talc and vice versa. So it's important to keep it clean.
Yeah, thanks for this precision. You're absolutely right. And I think the center ref knows it, so that's why she asked for a clean. 122.5 for Abrinda Chan. Second attempt. Lovely work. 3 white lights.
Significant for Malaysia. Next lifter, Andrea Carmona Perez, Spain. Eliminates to follow Tarvainen and Nishiyama to conclude this second round of deadlifts.
One of the youngest, if the youngest lifter of the whole championships, Carmona Perez Andrea, a 12.5 kilo jump. This is a 127.5
The
second
bar
attempt for
is
her.
loaded for Spain.
14, but she's holding her own in this class.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The future is bright for the Spanish athletes.
Unfortunately, just a bit too heavy, and you can tell from her face she was expecting that to go.
But there is
But
one more time to
it
do.
was one of the bigger jumps we've seen in this group. She went up 12.5 kilos, and maybe stepping 7.5 and then 7.5 again might have primed her a little bit better for it.
Yeah, as we said, Joe, it's important to build your total and not to shoot for the stars.
130 kilos.
130 kilos for Jenna Tarvainen from Finland.
It's a good lift
A good lift
Tarvainen
for
from
Jenna.
Finland. Next,
3 white.
Yuna Nishiyama of Japan. And the bar is loaded.
As you can see, you can hear in the crowd EKK, meaning let's go. Yuna Nishiyama, a 10 kilo jump, 132.5.
That's a great looking second attempt. It gives her a little bit of room to go up for her final pull.
Going into the third round of deadlifts. Starting with Sonobe Sakaide and
Yeah, maybe a 5 kilo jump seems reasonable.
Lifters to follow, Marcellus
And that concludes the second round. Let's jump once again with Sonoka Sakairi for her last lift.
And there are
115
5
is
attempts
loaded on the
to
bar.
your openers for the next group. The bar is loaded for Sakaide.
Well, it was a great attempt. She didn't give up easily, but it just wasn't there.
Fantastic attempt there. Next lifter, Amelia Marcellowska of Poland.
117 and a half. Receiving the last
Guard loaded
instructions
for
from
Natalia.
Coach Arkadiusz. 117 and a half for Amelia Marchlewska from Poland.
Arkady Sznojek, one of the most familiar faces in powerlifting, both classic and equipped.
Absolutely.
No lift for Poland.
And
And we
one of
lift
the most
Silver
beautiful
and
mustache in the
Poland.
game. This I recognize.
Next lifter, Natalia Gogorova,
Unfortunately, that was
Slovakia.
just stuck to the floor for Marchlewska.
125 kilos. Three attempts left.
Last attempt for Natalia Gogorova at 125. This will be 2 red plates plus the color loaded on the bar.
The bar is loaded.
Well, it was tough at lockout, but she. No, blues. So blue can be for downward movement with the bar or for supporting on the thighs.
Next lifter, Zoe McIsaac.
Yeah.
There was a little dip, wasn't there? I didn't spot that live.
Yeah. It's not a lot, but it's I think enough to
Yeah.
making the lift not
And the bar is loaded for
conventional.
McIsaac.
125, same weight attempted this time by Zoe McIsaac from Canada.
That was a great fight, but I think the fatigue has caught up with these lifters now.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that she was in an efficient position to keep on grinding. As you can see here, the shoulders are a little bit too far ahead. But yeah, hats off for the grind and for the try, of course. Now let's see if Andrea will be able to clinch a 12.5 kilo PB. Yeah, it was the same attempt than the second. Of course, she is disappointed. The Joe, as we said, she is the youngest on the flight and one of the youngest on the whole championships. A lot of time to grow.
Yeah, this sport, you don't always get what you want, and you don't always get what you feel you deserve. It's a tough game.
It is indeed. The first of the 3 attempts left before concluding the first flight will be for Abrienda Chan, 130 kilos for the Malaysian athlete.
Can she overturn the sea of red we've had in our third attempt?
Oh yeah, I didn't notice. Yeah, we definitely have to look at least one green light for the scoreboard.
No, she has got to the top, but I'm going to
I'm
wait to see what
afraid,
the
yeah.
referee.
Oh, so the referee is saying 2-1 so far. Let's wait, Joe, of course, for the jury.
Next lifter,
Yeah, see, the problem is when her knee slid under the bar there, it looks an awful lot like supporting.
At 140 kilos.
But so far, that's a good lift and good for her.
Yeah. So that shall stay, yeah. One of the biggest grinds so far
The bar is
in the
loaded for
Sub-Junior
Japan.
Championship. Yuna Nishiyama, 140 kilos. For the last lifter of Team Japan in the 52 weight class, but of course we will find the 57ers right after the end of the A group of the 52s. And in the 57 you have Japanese as well, so I'm sure the crowd representing Japan won't leave the venue.
It's still moving.
And I think it's
And that looked clean to me as well.
yeah.
3 white lights, that's so well deserved. She showed such heart and spirit there.
What an absolute grind she just gave us. Look at that.
But she was patient. She didn't slip her knees under the bar. She didn't make any mistakes. She just kept pulling.
Yes, she did, and she'd better be, because the sumo does not allow you to reach. Diana Tarvainen will be the last lifter to complete the B flights, as she will attempt a 142.5 deadlift.
Now this is a big jump. She went up 10 to a second and she's gone up another 12 and a half.
Which will be a huge PB.
Unfortunately not though, she's just gone a little bit dizzy.
That was a valiant effort.
It was.
So that concludes the B flight. Let's jump straight into the A1. And as you mentioned earlier, a battle between France and Italy. 5 kilos separates them so far. As Del Fabro has hired her opener by 2.5, so this is now only a 2.5 kilos separating them. Yeah. Important data to notice. Olivier is lighter than Del Fabro, so this is an effective 5 kilo lead from Olivier.
Yeah, but she does have the lower lot number, so she'll have to go out first.
Rotem Azran opening at 122.5.
Easy.
And that's a good lift.
And the bar is loaded for Kishbe.
125 for Nathalie Quispe from Ecuador.
Now she changed her opener, but I'm not certain whether it went up or down. You can change your opening attempt up to 3 minutes before coming out. Whichever way it went, it was a lovely lift. Three white lights.
Yeah, great first attempt here by Team Ecuador.
The bar is loaded. Also 125 kilos.
Once again, a 125 opener for Team Great Britain with Sylvie Thomas.
That was yeah, that was an unusual technique, really. Her hips shot up, and I thought she'd be stuck. I thought she was going to struggle with it, but she completed it just fine.
Yeah, that was really too. Oh yeah, yeah. I think the bar just went a little bit
Yeah,
too.
in front of her.
Yeah. So it's more a technical issue, but hopefully she managed to put herself on the board. 130 for Maddie Harper, Australia. An easy one.
I looked away for a second and I'd missed it. That went so quickly. What I was looking at, Alex, was the deadlift world record in the sub-juniors in this class, and it's 157. And we have some people opening at 142, 145, so hopefully we'll be in reach.
I think the world record is going to be broken not for sure, but there are huge chances, same as the total world record, which stands at 373 and a half. Here we have Nikola Tomsova from Czechia, 137.5.
Super quick.
And a good lift, 3 whites. Lauren Jensen at 137.5. Easy one.
Yeah, made short work of that.
3 whites. So, Cassandre Olivier to open the battle for one last time. Who will walk away with the 52 crown? Cassandre Olivier, Alice Del Fabro. The answer in a couple of seconds, couple of minutes. 140.
It's already above the stated PB she's given us of 137 and a half.
Ho ho.
Game on.
3 whites. Look at how locked in she is. I think even the replay is going to be fast.
And it was.
Opening only 2.5 kilos higher. This is Alice Del Fabro, as she will try to keep the hand on the deadlift, but it won't be really easy because Cassandra is going 147.5. Let's see how it moves for Alice.
Oh, she nearly fell over. It was so fast. No, she's done the smart thing here. She's put her opener up so she's going out second, so she can respond to whatever she needs to do. And judging by how quickly that moved, she has the ability to respond too.
And I think she is the world, or at least European record holder on equipped in the 52 weight class. So she is definitely a deadlift specialist. Leah Tulipan opening at 145.
Yeah, she still has the deadlift record, 173.
A huge performance, especially since you know that the deadlift suit does not help you a lot. Oh, Leah lost her balance at the top. Often happens when the attempt is too easy. You kind of get surprised by the speed of it.
And it's hard to keep your balance.
Yeah. And
she's not had a best day though, and I think deadlift was her best lift. She was looking to make some ground up there.
Yeah. At the end of the first round, 142.5 for Del Fabro leading. And of course, Japanese lifter from the A group second. And Olivier third. Second round with Sylvie Thomas. 130. This is a 5 kilo jump.
Starting to slow down just a little bit. Got a little bit left for her third though. I've just seen that Tulipan's gone up, despite missing her opener. She's gone up to 152.5.
Yeah, I think it's the right decision because she is into the battle for the bronze as well, so you definitely don't want to miss any kilos
No, and I think she's here for the deadlift world record.
as well. 157 is the world sub-junior deadlift record. Now we have Rotem Azran, 132.5. And that's a good lift.
The bar is loaded.
Nathalie Quishpe, 132.5.
A little bit slow at lockout, but certainly well within her capabilities.
A good lift.
The bar is loaded for Australia.
Maddie Harper, 140 kilos.
Three whites for Maddie.
Of Czechia, going for a 145 kilo second attempt. The bar is loaded for Czechia.
145 for Nikola Tomsova, Czechia. Currently sitting at the third place of this huge 52 weight class. 17 lifters who took part. And Nikola in a good spot to be in. That will give her a 342.5 total.
So fast off the floor, but a little bit sticky at lockout, which is the opposite of how sumo usually is.
Yeah. Maybe she rushed a little bit.
The bar is loaded for Cassandre.
It was a comfortable lift either way.
Yeah. And now Cassandre Olivier, 147.5. And after this one, if both of Cassandre and Alice are hitting them second attempt, Cassandre will be in the lead. And I think this is going to be one of the first time that the coaching will have a huge importance. Oh, that's still really comfortable for Cassandre.
Yeah, she's got tons left there. And as you say, she's got French team coach Cyril there with her, so he's got a ton of experience under his belt.
Yes, indeed.
47.5 kilos. The bar is loaded.
Lauren Janssen, 147.5, a 10 kilo jump. Trying to get closer and closer to Tomsova. And she is definitely able to battle for bronze. 3 white lights, a good lift.
So I think this next one will tell us a lot, Alex.
Absolutely, and I think this one should be really fast as well. 150 kilos for Alice Del Fabro, Italy. As the start is about to be given by Mr. Jeroen van der Velde, the technical controller. of this flight. Here we go.
The bar is
Alicia Del
loaded.
Fabro,
Del Fabro, Italy.
150. She will stay into the second place on total, but she will take the lead on deadlift, of course, waiting for Tulipan to show up. Ooh,
Well, I was not expecting that. I thought the way her opener flew, she seemed hesitant though. She seemed a bit nervous
yeah,
of it. She
and
didn't seem to really give it much drive.
that's my point. I think this is much more of a psychological aspect rather than a strength issue, Joe. You're totally right when you say this. But this gives a huge opportunity to Cassandre
Yep.
for the win now.
She's going for a increase here, 152.5.
So, an important one as well, Joe, now. 152.5. This is only 4.5 kilos below the world record attempted by Hungarian lifter Lea Tulipan.
Well, she didn't have a great time on squats, and she's taken a bit of a risk going up, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I think she's on a 347 so far, or way better this time.
Okay, now we're talking. She's moved into gold medal position on deadlift, and she's pulled herself all the way up to fourth place overall. For someone having a bad day, that's pretty good going.
Yeah, and we often talk about the psychological aspect. She really looks locked in no matter what the circumstances. Congrats to her. So she will lead at the end of the second round, 152.5 for her. Second, Cassandre Olivier, 147.5, 147.5 as well for Lauren Jansen from the US. On total now, this is a close battle with Cassandre having the advantage, 365, 355 for Alicia Del Fabro second, and 342.5 for Tomsova. But nothing is done yet, of course. Last attempt of Rotem Azran, 137.5.
That looks to me like she's 3 for 3 on deadlift. Fantastic.
And we have suspected that she is a warrior, and indeed, she thought from A to Z, and this one, this time she won the battle.
Now, Alex, I can see we've got at least 2 world record attempts lined up for the end of this round, and I wouldn't be surprised if some others moved around as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
The bar is loaded for Thomas of Great Britain.
Sylvie Thomas, 137.5. Oh, what a great effort here. I think it should be good. We'll have to wait for the refs. Yes, of course, that's a good lift.
It's a good lift. Next up, Natalie Kishpe, Ecuador.
She was right on the edge to go a little bit down, but she managed, yeah, just right here.
Patience is such a key part of sumo deadlift.
Natalie Kuishpe for one last time with a 140 last attempt. Competing for only 1 year and already having the opportunity to place herself 6th on total in 17 on a flight with 17 lifters. This is a huge performance.
She locked it out in stages.
Technically, I
Yeah,
was
I
about to
wonder-
say.
Her knees were definitely locked, but let's take a look at the shoulders.
Next up, Natalie Harper, Australia. Lifters to follow, Thompson and Jansen.
I think on the other side, her overhand was, the shoulder was forward. When you have a mixed grip like that, quite often one shoulder's pulled forward.
Yeah. 147.5, trying to put herself at the second place of the deadlift session. This is Maddie Harper from Australia. Only 6 lifts left before concluding this huge 52 sub-junior championship.
She did her best with it, but that wasn't going past the knees, unfortunately. It looked like she's carrying a lot of fatigue there.
Yeah, especially for a 15 years old lifter, she did really great. You definitely don't know a lot of 15 years old lifters being able to push 142.5, that's for sure.
And this session has been 4 hours so far. It's hard to maintain your focus and maintain your intensity for that amount of time.
A 5 kilo jump trying to overextend her lead over Tulipan and Jensen. Nothing is over yet, but she better be hitting this one, otherwise she will be in a huge danger. 150 for Nikola Tomsova, trying to bring a medal back home in Czechia. Yes, I think it should be good.
Yep, I was a bit concerned. There might have been a microscopic dip, but I think the bar stalled slightly, did not go down. 3 white lights.
Maybe you can imagine that she went a little bit too conservative, but as we said, you definitely want this kilo rather than regretting to go too high.
Yeah.
One, if the most important moment of this 52 weight class, Cassandre Olivier attempting 152.5. She won't care about the world record. She just wants to secure a 370 kilos total.
Records are temporary. A world championship win is forever.
Thank you, man. Spitting facts. She's looking ready to pull it out. She's going. And yes, that's a great attempt selection here by Cyril Vaillant.
I think so. They've laid the challenge out now, and Del Fabro will have to pull a world record to get past.
So this will be, as you said, a world record attempt on deadlift. It's more likely than the world sub-junior record won't fall today because of the circumstances, even if we know that some of these lifters today had the potential to do so, but once again, you have to take the circumstances of the D-Day first and then trying to adapt. Lauren Jansen, 155 for her last attempt. She gave up the total. She just wants to secure a medal on deadlift.
And she's got herself in that place. It might not be secure till the end of the competition, but right now she's sitting in first place on deadlift. And of course, you don't always get the opportunity to chase records. The important thing is the world title, the world championship win, and you have to defend. You have to cover what everyone else is doing. You're not free just to take any attempt you like.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why at the highest stage, that's why you not seeing 100% of the potential of the athletes because of these circumstances and the match that you have to take care about. Now, this time it will be a world record attempt on deadlift because she needs this if she wants the win, Joe.
Yep, there's a lot on the line here. A world record and a world title by half a kilo. Record belongs to Shireen Hussain of Bahrain. Set that at the Asian Classic last year.
Alice Del Fabro on her way to bring a title home in Italy, and no.
It's just not going anywhere. I'm a little bit baffled by that. I think she just ran out of energy because 142.5 moved so well,
Yeah,
and I thought she's got loads more there, and 150 just wouldn't go.
yeah, you're right. And I just saw right in front of me the coach of Cassandre Olivier, Alexis Bachelet, partying, celebrating for the title of her athletes.
Important to note, though, he's celebrating his athlete's win, not the other athlete's failure.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to be respectful. Uh, yeah, it's sportsman-like move, of course. Now, the last lift of the 52 sub-juniors, and what a blast it has been to commentate this one. A reminder that we will jump straight through the 57ers, 10 athletes. The last lift is going to be for Lea Tulipan. She gave up the bronze total as well. She just wants to put herself on the record sheet. 160 kilos, a huge attempt.
Oh, what a shame. I thought she had it. It just sprang out of her grasp right at the top, but you know the next time she competes, that record's hers.
Yeah, so that will end the 52 sub-junior sesh. Let's have a quick look at the results. First on deadlift, the gold medal will go to Team USA with Lauren Jansen at 155, followed by Tulipan at 152.5, and Cassandre is taking the bronze, same weight but heavier on body weight. Your 2024 world champion comes from France. Her name is Cassandre Olivier, totaling 370 kilos, followed by a really solid and tenacious Alice Del Fabro, totaling 355. The bronze medal will go to Czechia with Nikola Tomsova at 347.5.
Phenomenal session. It was a great fight there.
It was a great one, and that sets the tone for the 57ers. Oh, and I've just noticed that Eleni Guerrera has hired her opener on deadlift, giving her a 17.5 total so far. We'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, Honoka Negishi making a lovely work of her opener at 90 kilos. 3 white lights.
Now the deadlift world record, sub-junior world record in this class is Chloe Tang at 174. And we have Guerrera opening at 172.5.
Yeah, and we will have Dero chasing it as well, I'm sure. And she knows how to grind. I remember her European record last year, and it was a huge, monstrous mammoth grind. Riho Sato, 92.5.
Three white lights, very strong.
$120 kilos for Caitlin Plourde, USA.
The bar is loaded for Plourde of USA.
That was a fast opener.
That is a good lift for Caitlin. Next lifter, Gabby Watman, Great Britain. Lifters to follow, Cuesta, Torres, and Maya. The bar is loaded for Watman of Great Britain.
Two red plates from each side for the opener of Gabby Watman from Great Britain.
Very fast, nice looking opener.
Easy opener for Gary Rowe.
And of course, a good lift.
Next lifter, Paola Cuesta of Spain. Opening at 127.5. The bar is loaded.
127.5 for the opener of Spanish lifter Paola Cuesta Chamochumbi.
Not had the best day. She is 3 for 6 right now. Hopefully deadlifts go a bit better for her.
She doesn't have to be worried about anything. There is no infraction here, of course. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Of Spain, 130 kilo opener. The bar is loaded.
130 kilos for Amaya Torres Serra from Spain.
That puts her in a great position. She is 7 for 7 good lifts.
Sheila Meyer of Israel coming up next. The bar is loaded.
Shira Mayer at 132.5. Representing Israel. Making lovely work of it. 3 white lights.
For Israel, next up, Fernanda Villalobos of Mexico. The bar is loaded.
135 for Fernanda Villalobos from Mexico.
Current best is 140. We might see her blow past that today.
Next up,
Well, she did the exact same strategy at the squat and the bench press, and 5 kilo jump between her first and her second, and then kind of an
bar is
Hail Mary
loaded
jump
for
of 7.5 between
Yeah,
her
you're right.
second and her third. Well, it didn't work in bench press, but in squat it did. So 142, sorry, 0.5 for Sydney Wilson, Canada. Yeah.
Yeah, didn't have her hips through, wasn't quite locked out. You really need to have your shoulders back.
She seems surprised, but I think coach should say to her, yeah, indeed that's a matter of 1 or 2 inches, but
the bar is
It's not far off. She's absolutely strong enough. She just needs to bring her hips through a little bit and bring those shoulders back. And maybe if she exaggerates it on the next one for the referees, that would be good.
yeah, I think that will be the key. She's really not far though. It's just a matter of persuasion. Tetiana Petrenko in a lovely spot to be in at the beginning of the deadlift session, 145. This will give her a 357.5, good enough for the third place at the moment.
Super fast. That speaks of many kilos to come.
next up, Hannah Carter.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe a 10 kilos
Bar is loaded.
Yeah, I'd be happy with 10 kilos.
should be reasonable. 1:45 for Hannah Carpal, Great Britain.
That was just as quick as the others have been. It's great to see everyone getting a nice easy opener in on their first deadlift.
To be honest, I was looking at the scoreboard and I didn't get the time to see
so
it.
fast you missed it.
$1:45 for Alexa Matthews from Canada. That's a good lift. Well, as we said, she's having quite of a tough day mentally, but she finds the resources to put a total on the scoreboard.
She was giving the death stare to the referees' lights though, waiting for them to come up, daring them to be red.
And now one of the first keys for Maeva Dero if she wants to claim the world title. It's going to be difficult, but it's not out of reach. 1:65, it's not that far from the world record. Let's see how it moves.
It moves very well indeed.
Yeah, and national Belgium coach Bertrand seems more than satisfied about it. That's a good lift, 3 white lights. And Joe, just like that, that will lead us to the very last lift of the day, of the first round of deadlift.
And this should give us some indication whether the world record attempt is likely. If this moves really quickly, I think she'll go for the world record straight away because it's only a few kilos away.
Eleni Guerrera. Oh, lovely work.
And I think that was so easy, it tripped her up a little bit. I think it was a lockout before she was ready for it.
Absolutely. And I think we shall see a world record attempt on deadlift first.
For sure, I thought Dero's put it in as well.
Yeah. So 175, but Eleni will have the opportunity to attempt not only a deadlift world record attempt, but a total world record attempt as well. So 172.5 for Eleni, leading the pack in the deadlift, followed by Dero at 165 and by Karpal at 145.
Guerrera's not happy with just the record. She's put 181 in.
Yeah, and I think that will end the discussion if she hit her second. 97.5 for Riho Sato, Japan. To the one, this is a good lift.
Next up, Kono and Negishi, 102.5. If there's a follow-up floor,
Blue card failure from one of the side referees, and it's when the knees rebend.
for Japan.
Because when the knees rebend, they slip under the bar. The bar is by definition resting on the thighs.
102.5 for Honoka Negishi, Japan.
Well, I can't believe she got that up given the start she had.
No lift, unfortunately.
No lift at any rate. But I think it may have gone up and down a bit. It was kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
It actually left the floor and went down again. I didn't spot that first time, but the right-hand side came off the floor and hit it again.
Okay, so that explains the 3 blue lights. 127.5 for Caitlin Plourde. only 1 hour and 20 minutes away from the prime time of the 47 and 59 juniors. That's a good lift. 3 whites.
Next, Gabby Walkman. Great Britain, lifters to follow, Cuesta and Villalobos. The bar is loaded for Gabby Walkman, Great Britain.
Gabby Watman at 132.5.
Didn't slow her down too much from her opener. I think she's got another 5 in her at least there.
Cuesta of Spain. The bar is loaded.
A 7.5 kilo jump for Paola Cuesta Chamochumbi.
For the lift.
A good lift.
Good lift for Spain. Next up, Fernanda Villalobos. Mexico. The bar is loaded.
140 kilos for Fernanda Villalobos, Mexico.
5 kilo jump, quite conservative.
And the same strategy is on. And that's a good lift, 3 white lights.
For Mexico. Next up, Amaya Torres. Spain. Same weight on the bar.
And at this point, it has to be a shame to go only
The bar
7.5
is
kilos.
loaded.
Go 10. 140 kilos. Speaking of 10 kilo jump between the first and the second, that's the choice of Amaya Torresera from Spain.
Yeah, great second pull.
Spain. Next up,
Bit of headroom to move up.
Cindy Wilson and 142.5 on the bar. The bar is loaded.
It was a matter of lockout, retaking 142.5, which will be good enough for the 4th place. And really not that far from Matthews, only
No.
2.5.
It was only an inch from lockout too.
Yeah. Sydney Wilson. Yes, this time.
Looks much better.
Yeah, good lift. As we said, it's just a matter of persuasion, convincing the referees that, hey, I know how to look. And it worked.
On the bar. The bar is loaded.
Shira Mayer getting closer and closer to the 3rd place. She is not the only one to try to seek for it, of course. And that's a huge second attempt. 3 white lights.
She might have more energy in reserve than a lot of them though, because she was quite energetic there coming off the platform. She looks like she's not feeling the fatigue of the long competition. Could be in for an interesting final deadlift.
Yeah, at this point, if you know that the third place is reachable,
The bar
even
is
if you have to
loaded
load 20
for
kilos,
entry.
then go for it. You have nothing to lose. Tetiana Petrenko, she is the current third seed of the 57 weight class. An important one if she wants to maintain a certain advance over the rest of the pack, chasing her.
In Orobet's in her corner, years of experience there too.
Or decades.
Now, there was quite a bit of lateral shift as that came off the floor, but it didn't seem to slow her down any.
Next up, Anna Karpov, Great Britain.
Yeah,
Followed
she
by
definitely don't
Matthews
want to
and
reproduce
Lena
this one on her third, but for now it's a good one. 3 white lights. Two attempts at 155, just before two attempts, two world record attempts on deadlift. The first of the 155 will be for Team Great Britain with Anna Karpal, a 10 kilo jump.
The bar is loaded for Hannah of Great Britain.
This will move her up to deadlift bronze for the moment. Several attempts. In fact, she won't get knocked off. If she gets this, she'll be in deadlift bronze position for this round.
Yeah, because she's lighter on body weight than Matthews, of course, and it's a comfortable second one.
Deadlift for Great Britain. Next lifter, Alexa Matthews, Canada. 155 kilos. And the bar is loaded.
We have this 10 kilo jump as well, attempted by Alexa Matthews. And it's time to give it all, Alexa. Come on.
And she got there, but I wasn't sure if the bar dipped.
No
And it
lift
did,
unfortunately,
unfortunately.
for Canada.
I was afraid of it as well. So that's a no lift, which leads us to one of the two world
There it
record
was.
attempts.
Followed by Eleni
It was
Guerrero.
such a small dip, but it did go down.
Yeah, at the highest stage, of course, this cannot pass.
Round 2, and this lift is
Only 1 year competing, Joe, and
That's unbelievable.
that's
previous record is
out of this world, that's for sure. This is a world sub-junior deadlift record attempt. 3 red plates as a 57 sub-junior, born in 2006.
The bar is loaded. Let's
This
welcome
is
our
Maeva Dero from Belgium.
sub-junior
A
deadlift
10 kilo jump.
champ.
The opener was really easy. Let's see how she deals with her second. She will need this one, and in an easy way if she wants to stay in touch with Eleni.
I think she's got it, but I also think she's right at her top end now.
Yeah, absolutely. But for now, the most important is that she is, for a couple of seconds at least, the new world record holder. But of course,
She's reclaimed that from Chloe Tang.
Eleni Guerrero, USA.
But this is a hugely ambitious pull. I didn't expect her to take nearly 10 kilos.
yeah.
You'd expect her to chip it, secure the record, and then go on the third.
Yeah, you have to have confidence in the fact that you will have your 3 deadlifts. You can afford yourself, but it's a risky strategy to have only 2 deadlifts. We know some lifters that can do these strategies, but in a sub junior,
And it's a rare lifter who can win with their openers. It happens, but there's not many can do it.
absolutely. And now, a world sub junior record on both deadlift and total, 181 for Eleni Guerrera.
And I think she's got it. The referee thinks so too. 3 white lights and a new sub-junior world record, deadlift and total.
Yeah, and just like that, I think Eleni Guerrera just ensured herself both of the world title and the deadlift world record as well as the total world record. So that will end the second round of deadlift. 181, as we said, for Guerrera, leading the pack in deadlift, followed by Maeva Dero 175 and by Karpal 155 on total now. 413.5 for the new total record holder from the US, Eleni Guerrera, followed by Maeva Dero at 397.5 and by Ukraine, Tetiana Petrenko.
And it looks to me like those top 3 positions are fairly set now. Probably won't be any movement.
I'll say so. Satoriho, 102.5.
It's kind of edged up the thighs. I'm going to wait to see what the referees make of it. Yeah. But she's losing her back position right at the bottom, and that's why she's struggling with lockout. So that was no lift, 3 reds.
Another Japanese lifter, Negishi Honoka, 105 as her last attempt.
It's pretty untidy, but it's a good lift, 3 white lights.
$135 for Caitlin Plourde.
That's a real shame. I was about to say how well set up she was for deadlift with her leverages, but unfortunately slipped out of her hands.
$137.5, only a 2.5 kilo jump for Paula Cuesta. Oh, it's actually going. Oh, wow.
I'm worried about blue cards. No, that's fantastic. Bar stalled, but it didn't dip.
That's a monstrous grind here. Huge congrats to her.
Yeah, it was marginal.
She thought against gravity and she won the fight, which is quite uncommon. Gabby Watman now a 5 kilo jump is to clinch a 332.5 total.
I can't believe that accelerated as it went up. It was so hard off the floor. I really thought she was done about halfway up her shins. So real props to her for grinding that out.
These sub-junior ladies are really astonishing. The ability to grind and to maintain some kind of a deadlift form is absolutely incredible. The last attempt of Fernanda Villalobos at 145.
I've interviewed quite a few coaches, junior coaches this week, and one of the things they talk about is how much it teaches tenacity and perseverance to be training for powerlifting. That was bang on the money for a third attempt.
And once again, a huge, huge last attempt and a good lift.
With the same weight on the bar, 145 kilos.
Getting closer to the end of the 57ers with 8 lifts to go. The first of the 8 is for Amaya Torres Serra.
Three white lights, and she's delighted with that.
Next up, Sydney Wilson of Canada. Followed by Sheila Meyer and Tatiana Petrenko. The bar is loaded.
Sydney Wilson now a 7.5 kilo jump. 150 is her last attempt. And that will be as well a huge PB by 7.5.
No, she's still pulling, but there was a definite downward movement there.
No lift, unfortunately.
Didn't quite go.
Very good attempt. Well done for today. Next lifter, Sheila Meyer. Going for 150.
Do you know, I think she would have had that if she just let the weight swing in front of her a little bit, and I think that's what did it.
Yeah. And now, Sheila Mayer, a 10 kilo jump, trying to reach a 355 total. The Israeli crowd shouting for her.
That was a great final deadlift. Did she wait for the down command? She must have.
And so for now she is fourth with 355. Tatiana Petrenko as you said earlier, Joe, I think it's safe to say that she will be the bronze medalist on total. The last question remaining is, will she be able to claim a bronze medal on deadlift?
And she kept hold of it, gripping almost entirely on the smooth part of the bar.
So far, 2-1.
Next
Let's wait
Matthews
and see if the jury is moving.
of
In the
Canada.
meantime, we have an attempt change.
Legs look locked. Looks okay from
Okay,
here.
yeah, that'll stay. So for now, she's bronze medalist. We just had an attempt change. The bar will be loaded at 160 for Alexa, as she will, of course, try not only to climb 3 ranks and to place herself 5th, but to take as well the deadlift bronze medal.
Hannah's just changed twice, so Hannah's up to 160 as well, but Hannah's now used both her changes. So she's going to have to come out for this at this point.
A bluffing strategy here employed by the GB team, and that worked really well. So now this will be Hannah Karpal trying to take the bronze medal on deadlift as well as the 5th place on total. 160 is on the bar.
And if she gets it, expect to see Matthews add another 2.5 to her attempt.
And it was the original last attempt.
Yes. I think that is Hannah Karpel moved up to deadlift bronze. So I think I just saw an attempt change go in. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, as you just said, one of the 3 lifts remaining will be at 162.5, and it will be for Team Canada with Alexa Matthews. Well, a 10 kilo jump looked a bit difficult, couldn't quite make it through the lockout. She will add 7.5. Of course, she's not missing anything. It's worth to try. The question is, will she be able to put herself at the 3rd place of the deadlift podium?
Unfortunately, that is stuck, and she's not a quitter, is she? She kept on pulling.
Oh no, she thought until the very last end, and just for that, congrats. She will finish 8th in a really tight mid
It's a
pack.
tough field.
Yeah, it was absolutely. So now we know that Eleni Guerrera is going to take the win. The only question remaining will be who will walk away with the deadlift world sub-junior record. Maya Vadero from Belgium, Eleni Guerrera from USA. The answer in about a couple of seconds.
Dara's second looked tough. She's going to have to dig really deep for this final attempt.
I told you before the beginning of the deadlift session that Maya Vadero is one of the kind when it comes to grinding. So that's sure she won't abandon anything until the very last moment. So now, as we said, world record attempt on deadlift. Will Team Belgium walk away with a new deadlift in the pocket? She's getting ready. A perfect setup. It's important, really important, especially if you want to hit some numbers like this.
Unfortunately, just a bit too heavy. You can't grind through when it's beyond your capability. Her second was right on the limit.
Yeah, when the sticking point comes that early, it's yeah kind of
But you
impossible.
know what?
That's for
The
sure.
name goes on the record as well. We track who had the record at all times, so her name goes on there, even though she doesn't leave the competition with it.
I'm not sure that she will be satisfied about it, but as
It's a small consolation.
it is indeed. And now for the cherry on the cake, after a tremendous performance, Eleni Guerrera attempting 184 and a half for one very last total and deadlift
Can she
record.
bring the intensity though? Internally, she must be saying, I'm world champion, I'm a world record holder, and going crazy.
Yeah,
In a
but
way, she doesn't need it.
yeah,
It's
but she's a
hard to
fighter,
bring
you
it,
know.
yeah.
It's her last year as a sub junior. She wants to overpush it as
That might make a
yeah,
difference.
for sure. As she will put US America at the very first place. Uh, well, as you said, that was a bit too heavy for today. Of course, it's not a big deal. She is your new world champion in the 57, total record holder, the deadlift record holder. Everything is in her pocket as she leaves the platform smiling and dancing.
What a fantastic deadlift session.
Oh yeah, that was just a last look of on the results. 181 new record holder Eleni Guerrera from the US, followed by Maeva Dero, who had the record for a couple of seconds, 175, 160 for Team Great Britain, and a masterclass, coaching masterclass, bringing them the bronze medal on deadlift. On total, the bronze medal will go to Team Ukraine with Tetiana Petrenko at 370, followed by Maeva Dero, silver medalist 397.5, and of course, champ of the champs, Eleni Guerrera for 13 and a half. So that concludes our afternoon long session, but it was once again a pleasure to commentate it, as well as a pleasure to be with you, Joe, today. Thank you very much once
Thank you,
again.
I had a great time.
Please stay with us for the medal ceremony. We'll have you back at 7, sorry, for the 47 59s, the Campano Diaz and Espinal showdown. See you then.
Powerlifting Sub-Junior Junior World Championship in Boston 2024. You can make the line up this way, I think, as well. They'll be giving the participation medals by Robert Keller and PJ Joseph, both ITF officials, and then we will do the medalists. Let's give them all a big round of applause. You have done amazing, guys. When everyone has their participation medal, we will move on to the medalists for squat, bench, deadlift, and total for all these categories. Well done, all of you guys. These are the sub-juniors, 52 and 57. We are going to move on to the medalists, starting with the 52 kilo sub-juniors squat medals. In squat bronze, from Ecuador with a 122.5 kilo squat, Natalie Kishpe. Squat silver from France with a 130 kilo squat, Cassandre Olivier. And squat gold from Italy with 135 kilos, Alice Del Fabro. Big smiles for a podium picture, guys. Thank you so much. You can step down, ladies. We are going to move to the bench press medals. In bench bronze from Czechia with 75 kilos, Nikola Tomsova. And the bench silver from Italy with a 77.5 kilo bench, Alice Del Fabro. And bench gold goes to Cassandre Olivier from France with 87.5. Amazing job, guys. You can step down. We are moving into the deadlift medals. Deadlift bronze from France, Cassandre Olivier with a 152.5 kilo deadlift. Deadlift silver from Hungary, Lea Tulipan, 152.5 kilo deadlift. So same weight, lower on body weight. And deadlift gold goes to Lauren Jansen, USA, 155 kilo deadlift. Thank you so much, ladies. Now for the total medalists. In bronze with a 347.5 kilo total, Nikola Tomsova of Czechia. Silver medalist from Italy with 355 kilo total, Alice Del Fabro. The world champion in the minus 52 sub-juniors is from France, Cassandre Olivier, with 370 kilograms. Please stand up for the national anthem of France. Thank you very much, guys. You have done amazing today. Moving on to the 57 category and the squat medals. In squat bronze from Spain with 130 kilo squat, Amaya Torres Serra. Squat silver from Belgium with a 140 kilo squat, Meva Dero. And in squat gold from the USA with a 150 kilo squat, Eleni Guerrera. Fantastic job, ladies. Thank you so much. For the bench medals, in bench bronze, from Ukraine with an 82.5 kilo bench, Tetiana Petrenko. And bench silver from Belgium with an 82.5 kilo bench, Meva Dero. And bench gold goes to USA 82.5 kilo bench, Eleni Guerrera. Hold it for a picture. Thank you so much, ladies. We are going for the deadlift. Deadlift bronze from Great Britain with a 160 kilo deadlift, Hannah Karpa. Deadlift silver from Belgium, 175 kilo deadlift, Meva Dero. And deadlift gold goes to USA with a whopping 181 kilograms, Eleni Guerrera. Thank you so much, guys. We are going to the total medals. Bronze medalist from the Ukraine, 370 kilo total, Tetiana Petrenko. Silver from Belgium, 397.5 kilo total, goes to Meina Dero. And the world champion of the women's sub-juniors minus 57 kilo category is from the USA, Eleni Guerrera, with a 430.5 kilo total. Please stand up for the national anthem of the USA. Thank you so much to all the lifters. You have done amazing today. You can now exit the platform, walk around and come back out here, but follow each other in a circle. Give them a big round of applause, the women of the 52 and 57 sub-junior categories. You have all done amazing in this World Championship.